9:02 on the 3rd of August. This is the City of Rockport Budget Workshop, and we are in order.
Good morning. Thank you for most of you coming back. Chief's not here to pick on, but I'm sad about that. So I think, how about, let's start. If you have any questions from the last meeting, I know you've had time to let your brain rest and run through all this. So if you have questions from the last meeting, I'll let you know if we're going to get to it later, or if you have anything that I can answer now. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so we'll start with some cleanup stuff. Go to my next slide, please. It might be it. I have everything just kind of not in order. So, all right, one of the things we talked about was our sales tax trend. We need to collect $620,000 in the next 2 months to equal what we took in 2022. We might make that. I mean, realistically, that's something we could do. So in our budget assumptions going forward, we raised the sales tax projection $100,000. So when you see our numbers, our income or our revenue will have gone up that $100,000. Do you think, is everybody comfortable with that? I'm relatively comfortable with it.
Yes, I mean, that's not a scary number.
It's not a scary number. Yeah, we are not going to meet our projection this year, I can tell you that, but we're going to be okay. We're going to be all right. So we're going to raise it $100,000. Was that wrong? Oh.
No, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to.
I mean, every little bit helps.
My face is saying.
Yeah. So unless we collect, I mean, we're going to have to. It's going to have to be pretty aggressive to get to meet our projection. But we put in another $100,000. If something gives us an indication that we can raise it more, we most certainly will. Okay, can you go to the next one? Let's see, what do we have? Let's come back at that when we talk about utility rates. Okay, this is our, is that whole thing up there? Because I should have a total. Oh, I had it. Can you find that total real quick on this? You know what it is? That's just the pictures. So we went and revised our supplemental asks here. We changed the PD to an admin assistant, and then we decided after talking with everybody that we could reduce the building custodian to part-time and do the 3 buildings we do with 1.5. So, or the 3 buildings that we will be doing with 1.5. So we reduced that as well. Those are the only changes, and the total there comes up to, it's a little over $3 million. However, we have that force main to Gagon that we're collecting money for or have collected money for. We have not been able to isolate that, but contractually we should have $1.5 million for that. So that can come down to $500,000 on that supplemental ask. And on that, when we update we get our impact fees updated, we can take that $500,000 out of the impact fees. So you could give us $500,000 to do it now, or we can wait till the fees are done. So it's just more time until it gets in the ground. So those are options. Does that make sense?
What do we have in the impact fees currently? Is there enough to fund it?
No, there's we have less than 800,000, but we cannot use our impact fees right now.
Okay.
We can't use our impact fees because our study's not up to date.
So that total expense, including the $2 million, is $3,533,868.
3.5 million.
Right. If you remove that, you're down to 1.593.
Okay, so you have to update your impact fees every 5 years, I believe, and it comes with a supplemental CIP plan. Your impact fees can only be used on things on that CIP plan. If you do not update it, your fees are frozen and you cannot use them. So if we were to use them right now, it would be illegal. So they just gotta hang out there until the study gets done. Study gets done, we're free to use them, as long as the stuff's on the CIP plan. Mike will make sure that force main's on the CIP plan.
The building maintenance, custodian position, is there, maybe not necessary for City Hall, but would there be well, not this building in Old Street, but would there be a way to share costs with the county on those buildings?
Sure.
I mean, is that something, I don't know if I appreciate y'all going out and doing 1.5, but that's quite a bit of square footage for.
Well, we have one right now.
We have one
that
pole
does this
now.
building and Laurel Street.
So we're just adding
she needs
half
help.
person for all of City Hall.
Right. So this is for half a
Well,
person.
they
All the
could-
staff coming out of Laurel Street's going to City Hall.
Yeah,
I apologize.
So we would take between that 1.5 and basically do these two buildings. Pretty much the one would stay at the new City Hall and then the half here, or they would share here. I think it's very important to note how clean this building is. I don't know how old it is. It's
Oh,
very
it's-
clean.
The county employs their own.
They have their own,
They
okay.
have their own.
And so that's important.
So it's not contractual, but, okay.
They have their own.
And we could go out for a contract, but I don't think
No,
you're gonna get a contract.
that's not, I guess that's not the way I was running with it. I
Yeah.
was just worried about the additional square footage and not meeting the need.
We can do it 1.5.
We can try.
Yeah. I'm positive.
I think it would come down to
You
working
didn't
out a
clean 8
schedule.
hours a day.
And granted, it's way bigger than the previous city hall, but I did, 8 hours
Okay.
a day between here and there. That, only just previously did it, that's why I'm
You
here.
did 2 buildings.
And then every now and then the below.
It's gonna be our nice new shiny toy.
Well-
Keep it clean.
I think if we work out a good schedule of what's clean when, you know.
There's some responsibility for the people that work in that building.
Oh, certainly.
And so,
Understood.
We'll do it with 1.5 if we get 1.5, and we'll make a cleaning schedule for the staff. You're responsible for your area. Right now we have a very nice luxury that Melody keeps us spit shine every day. But she doesn't need to sweep my floor. I can do that. I can empty my own trash. There's not real domestic, but I can sweep the floor. There's a responsibility. We're putting you in a nice new office. Take care of it.
So the county maintenance, if I may add, they take care of our building, as Nikki's agreeing with me, and they do very well. They come in Monday through Friday. They do the large trash emptying. They do the floors. But like in the 911 center, they just do our trash. And I'm sorry, they do clean our bathrooms. They disinfect our bathrooms 5 days a week. But again, it's our responsibility. We're in there 24/7. That's different, but still in there 24/7. We bring a lot of our own, dirt and dust and stuff like that in, and so we're responsible for that. And so that is true. I mean, and they offer sometimes to run the vacuum or, do something extra. They take care of all of our maintenance, of course, the air filters and those kind of things. But they're stretched pretty thin too, because they do a lot of buildings, and so they come, like they're with us in the mornings, and then they're moving to the airport, they're moving to the county annex, because a handful more buildings. So I can see them being impacted as well with the new courthouse.
Yeah.
Just wanted to add
And
I'm sure they'll
that.
have to.
If they're not adding staff to it, I don't know.
Yeah.
We can
compensate
try,
for their building. Yeah.
but I would ask that if it's not working out, that we come back and.
Well, and can I say,
Absolutely.
we're gonna be in the new building for not the whole budget year. So after that first few months, we realize by next budget year, we need to
Right.
increase that to a full-time position. We can by then.
We'll ask you.
It'd be a good
Yeah,
trial
that's a good
period.
point.
I think start low and then
Yeah.
that's a word.
Okay. So, Kimberly, can you tell us that number again without the force main?
I apologize. One moment. Sorry, I backed over there too.
3.5 minus 2. There you go.
1.5.
So that's, yeah.
Yes, it was 1.5.
And remember, it's prioritized, and we'll work it out, okay? Those dang cops, look at that. Okay. All right. Let's see, what else were we asked to bring back? We talked about the CIP already, we did the black line total, force main money, utility rate graph. Okay, let's talk about utility rates. Will that be a fun one to start with? Can you find my utility rate graph on there? And then, I think Kimberly gave me a handout on that, maybe.
Vanessa, the one that we just updated, you don't have to go back to it, Bob, but can you email that to us, or,
Yes, and it's right there, here's the hard copy of it,
so we do have hard copy of the update?
that's the one.
The new request.
Yeah, the request with the new numbers.
Changes.
Oh, yeah, here we go. We've got that.
I've got too many pencil marks on it.
Got it. We got a copy for you. So yeah, this is all to do with the tax rate. So on our utility rates, I don't have the slide that we showed last time, but we can talk about what those numbers are going up to. The proposal from last time was to keep up with the proposed CIP plan that corresponded with it, which we looked at as well. This is our current rates down here at the end. And Kimberly, can you tell me what the proposed rate for each of those categories are? Of course, the top was gas, then sewer, then water.
Moment. I'm missing.
So we had a lot of work yesterday on tax rate, and so, but that one we got down.
Well, I can tell you the wastewater and the gas I've got here in front of me. The wastewater would be going to 2366,
So
It's-
wastewater,
2303 right now.
2303 going to 2366. Let me write that down.
The natural gas is currently at 3008 and would be going to 3384.
Remember on that, we have a lot of steel line replacement to do, to stay compliant with the Railroad Commission, and that's why there's such a sharp increase on that area.
I do not see the water. Let me go grab that. I'll be right back in.
The water increase, so we have a 20 cents increase from Sampat anticipated in their budget. So all of our rates include what we need and that 20 cent increase from Sampat. Now, of course, you can put the rates wherever you want them. I'm just telling you what our calculations, projections show that we would need. So we'll take these to council and you will vote on these. If you have any discussion or if you want to talk about adjusting those before we put the ordinance before you, now would be a really good time.
Because they're going to 8th agenda, public hearing, and
Okay, public hearing on the 8th. That's Tuesday. So,
Vanessa, just to mention, last year, we, working with Richard Morton, we did
right.
cost comparison of other municipalities within the region. And we're about middle of the road, if you will, with our utility rates. We're, like I said, we're third in water and wastewater, and I want to say fourth or so with gas rates. And the gas rate increases, we work with NewGen, and we were looking at the regulatory compliance issues that we have and the cost to come compliant as we went out projected years, and that's why you see that giant spike in gas rates. And we worked hard for, I think, in probably from 2015 to 2021, 22, The water was subsidizing the wastewater.
Right.
Some of you may remember that, Brad, Andrea. And we worked hard to get wastewater to where wastewater was taking care of itself, and we've gotten there.
So those were the numbers that you were presented last year with Mr. Morton. I know some of you weren't here.
Apologize. Sorry, I'm catching my breath for a minute. I quoted you incorrectly, ma'am.
Okay.
So let me start over.
I'll go
The water with the 20 cents from Sam Pat Water District will be $22.73.
Okay.
73?
7-3.
$22.73. And wastewater, I apologize, I gave, is $26.76,
And gas.
$39.64.
Do you have the current stuff?
Okay, so
Those
current
are
is right here.
I can't see it.
So let's start with gas. It's 30.08, and the proposed new rate is 39.64. Sewer, which is the next line, is 23.03, and it's proposed at 26.76. Water is at 21.74 and proposed at 22.73.
Mike, what I just wanted to add, just because I was working on these cover sheets for next week, I believe in the year 2021, because of COVID, we did not do any increases anywhere, right?
Right, everything stayed flat
Yeah.
through the,
So we had to play catch up.
right.
Part of our water issues is, you know, we do purchase our water from St. Pat. They increased the rate.
The increase, we added 8%.
Yeah, we don't have a
last year.
choice. I mean, we can't
No,
use
it's a
that.
pass-through. We don't
It's a pass-through fee.
If you, yeah, on the water, if we don't, basically, if we don't adopt this rate, we will subsidize it somewhere, either from their reserves or from, do we do a general fund transfer?
Yes.
Yeah, so on the general fund transfer to pay for the staff, for that water system, we'll subsidize it in one of those places.
The increase, is it also going into, future projects, the increased rate? No, not the 20 cents, that's gonna pay for
The
the
20 cents
water.
is Sam Pat. This was, right, this is what y'all saw the other day, and this is what you saw last year as well. And these are the numbers that they worked out with Mr. Morton to fund the CIP list, basically, without taking on debt. Okay?
How is the gas rate affected if we go into a sale?
The gas rate, so there's several options. If we go into a sale, we can negotiate the rate for a number of years with the purchaser. That's an option. Or they can put the rates where they like them. Just keep in mind that the Railroad Commission caps it, so they can't just come in and say, oh, we're going to $90 or something like that, because the Railroad Commission is probably not gonna allow that. So they'll be regulated by that.
Commissioner and Public Utility Commission.
Oh, yeah, and the PUC, sorry.
Do you have an anticipated rate increase if we're selling in mind?
No, that's negotiated with the buyer.
You don't
I
have like
mean-
an average idea of anything that could be comparable?
I'm sorry, ask me again.
Like any kind of comparable sale, for another city that may have sold any kind of
Well,
comparable rate?
we can, but when they come to buy our system, I would think we would negotiate that they need to keep our rate flat for 3 years. Because remember, they get to take their whole pool and influx capital into that. So in my mind, y'all could be different, there's not any real reason for them to increase our rate for a couple of years. But that is negotiated between us and the buyer. Or we could let them go and say, do what you want. There are, I'm sorry.
We have an industry consultant that is helping us with the sale of the gas system, and he's done this with three other Texas municipalities within the last 2 years. And he is very aware of the negotiations for the selling municipality to be able to at least negotiate rates for the first 3 to 5 years. And then they are, like Vanessa was saying, they are regulated by the Railroad Commission and the Public Utilities Commission. Nobody can come in here and just go out of control with gas rates or water rates or anything else for that matter.
And realistically, y'all shut me down if I'm wrong. I'm saying they should keep it the same. This is for us to make all the repairs. You know, this is for us to stay compliant. And like I said, they're gonna have a bigger pool of capital, so I don't really see any reason we can't negotiate a flat rate.
What if we discussed that with Simon whenever he gave his presentation
Yeah.
on some of the
Steph
sale?
wasn't here for that.
No, yeah, I was, kind of gonna discuss that with,
Tell
but,
her.
we kind of discussed that with Simon on some of the recent sales that he's had and the negotiation tools they used, to negotiate the rate, if you will. So yes, it did not actually jump up,
Or
sometimes it actually came down, I think.
we could say you can only increase 10% for the next 3 years. There's a lot of options for us in the sale. With always on the table, we don't have to sell it. So we're not in a position of desperation.
Close.
We don't have to sell it, but we do have to fix it.
So if we increase that gas rate, to the 39.64, and then we do sell it, we don't assume that increase anymore, correct?
Well, our utility rate goes to zero, because we don't,
So we would just assume.
we're out of it. We're out of it at that point. The new buyer sets their rate with our negotiations, with the oversight of the Railroad Commission and the PUC, that it's literally their problem. Our rate goes to zero.
So I guess we're at the point now, the rate that we're setting, we're gonna be wanting to have that rate for our citizens the next couple of years, even if the sale comes.
Potentially.
Potentially, if we wanna put that on the table.
Right,
But
right.
that's kind of where we wanna think right now.
I mean, it depends on what position we want to negotiate from. If we're in the position of we gotta offload it, and someone comes and says, I'll take your system, but, you know, I'm gonna do what I want with the rates, we have to make that decision. Is that something we're willing to do? Or we're gonna hang on to it for a little while longer. You know, maybe we don't sell it today, but maybe we sell it in a few years. I don't know, when we're in a better position. There's so many options that we can't, you know, delineate every option and say if then, if then, if then. We're gonna have to see what the proposals are. We're gonna have to evaluate the proposals and decide if that makes financial sense for us.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just kind of putting it out there that we have to think when we're gonna set this rate, if that's something we wanna do, we have to keep that in mind.
Yep.
She had a good point too, that we are the largest purchaser, for the.
We
pool.
purchase from ourselves,
So just have to keep that in mind as well.
but we still have to pay for the gas system. It is an enterprise fund. It has
So
to.
is the 39.64 the lowest that staff thinks that we can go to stay in compliance and meet our liabilities for the next fiscal year?
That would generate revenues to allow us to do what we're responsible for the next fiscal year to maintain the system. The mandate that we were given by the Railroad Commission.
I understand. So it's nothing more, it's
Right.
just to get us through continual
To meet
compliance to the
requirements
next
for
year.
next fiscal year.
Okay.
The amount of steel line replacement that we have to do next fiscal year to stay compliant.
We're gonna take that burden on with staff. The only things that we can't do is, and that's the approach to with our steel line, same thing we did this year. The only thing we can't do is those things over the 2-inch main, since they're main
We'll have to
lines.
contract out.
We have to contract mirrors or some of these big companies that you're looking, these tie-ins are $80,000 to $100,000 that we're seeing. I mean, I know that we've done a couple. The Northgate was, 90,000, and these are the things that we know to meet that quota that we're gonna have to do, and we know we have to subcontract that out. If we were taking a different approach, we could sub it all out. And
My
do
my
that.
line of question
Yeah.
is not about cost savings,
I
it's about
understand.
going into negotiation with the seller at the lowest possible rate, if we might be able to lock that in. So if what we're doing right now is a little bit above, I would say, let's just back it out, but if we can't.
Let me speak to that.
Okay.
We're gonna do a lot of it in-house. The water and wastewater staff are gonna help out with that,
As we did this year too.
so we could back off with that gas rate. We can back it off, and, they're both, I feel the daggers. I'm comfortable bringing it down some. A little bit. I see your position. If we go in with the lowest rate and a compliance system, we're in a better position.
I'm looking at, it was a $4 change, since your last little tick there, and now we're looking at,
This was in
$9.
2021.
yeah, and now we're looking at a $9 shift, and that's gonna be really hard for people to tolerate.
Yeah, well, we're thinking about 1 year, and if we don't offload this thing, and we're sitting here, and 5 years from now, we're sitting here, we're still trying to stay compliant.
Well, that's the thing I'm gonna say, if we don't sell it, if we back off of it and we don't sell it, I'm gonna be here next year asking you for a lot more.
Understood.
Or a bond.
But we'll
Or a
have,
bond.
the answers to some of the questions that we don't have right now.
Hey, yes, but we could back it all the way down and do a revenue bond for the replacement, and then the buyer takes on the bond debt and we have the low rate. Sorry, just played our cards if they're all watching.
Well, I mean, can we talk about that once we get to the tax rate and the potential savings on the M&O and INS, or M&O?
Absolutely.
If we want to discuss a bond or a revenue bond. But
So-
I think a $9 increase in a rate is going to be hard to sell to the consumer. And then once we get to the negotiation, I don't want that to be the starting point of the negotiation of rates. It would be my concern. That hurt.
We still gonna
Heard of it.
balance? How much are we over in the gas fund? And don't forget, it's its own thing.
Yes, ma'am.
This isn't general fund, there's no other money mixed with it, it's just that. So if we were to take a revenue bond, that would have to pay for, it would have to pay for itself, the bond, just from the revenues we get.
So what happens if you sell, do the proceeds of that sale pay off the revenue bond?
They have to take the debt, yeah.
The purchase.
Takes it off.
So with our expenses, our delta is $190,000.
Ryan or Mike, we talk about the subcontracting for the larger than 2-inch lines we can't do in-house. Can we do the steel line replacements? Can we just do 2-inch and less? Or by the state, do we have to also do so much of
They identify.
the distribution lines?
Through our DIM, they're identifying our areas, and so we have to meet that quota that.
They tell us what to replace, we don't get to
5,000
pick.
foot in B9, and, and that's, we were in Old Rockport, like Water Street area this year.
How
And
many
we were able
gas
to move
stations?
to a different section. We just know what's there in that section, so we can anticipate that.
So we can't
That's why I
like,
say we can lay the lines right, but we can't do the connections. You're looking at hot taps.
Yeah.
And we're not staffed that way.
no, I get that, but we couldn't hop around the city just doing 2-inch and
It's
less.
designated
That's our
to
current
each,
rate.
they pick our biggest risk.
Gotcha.
And that's how when we go through the numbers, we can anticipate where the next risk is gonna be.
Okay.
And as long as we're working towards, putting and replacing this and showing that we are trying to better the system, then
They're gonna work with
They're
us.
gonna work with this, and they always have, and so that's the kind of what we're up against. We don't get to pick. So if we go into a main distribution area, the cost is gonna go up because we're gonna have to subcontract that out.
I do think it's worth noting that these guys saved us a $25,000 fine this year just by busting their butts. So,
And that was with
That's-
the departments
pretty
working
big.
together, the water, wastewater, and gas guys all working together
And street.
in street.
And the whole.
then those funds are subsidizing.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's why I'm saying we can lower this as long as you know that those other funds, the labor and stuff is gonna subsidize this.
So, stupid question.
Probably not.
The utility rate, is there a difference between commercial and residential on natural gas?
Yes, she has it. there's a chart. So water, this is the base rate, remember, if you,
Still on natural gas.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
all of these, this is the base
Right,
rate.
I understand water a little
They
bit better than I do
fluctuate.
natural gas.
Now, on natural gas, there's inside city limits, outside city limits, and then in unincorporated areas. And currently, they appear to be identical.
We only have
So-
ourselves, Walmart, and HEB would be our commercial customers.
Hear that?
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, and the thought being as a residential user, I mean, this is a lifeline, it's why it's a regulated utility versus some of the commercials, albeit imperative to their business, I get that. It's not keeping people alive.
Some of the larger
So to some degree, we can argue that all day long, but.
I understand.
Sorry, go ahead.
What about out-of-district rates?
She was there.
She said there's,
Currently, they're identical.
were you going to impose an increase?
I wanna do a whole out-of-district rate across the board. We don't currently have that. If y'all wanna adopt that in the fees, we can do it, but we gotta work. I mean, I can't have it done by Tuesday, I'm so sorry.
Do we have to have that by Tuesday?
Well, you're gonna adopt your rates on Tuesday, no, you can come back and adopt an out-of-district rate.
I mean, I think there should be a separation for a city taxpayer versus a non-city taxpayer.
100% agree.
And would an increase on the out-of-district rates help to alleviate some of the increase on our in-district rates?
Absolutely, it would
So
offset.
that we could bring those
That's why
rates
you
down.
have two, is to subsidize the in.
But I'm just saying, if we're going to approach this Tuesday, we would need to know.
So, yes,
Can
you
you
would.
have any taps inside and outside?
So we don't
We've got
have
that
inside
somewhere
city and
back.
outside city, isn't that what you just said?
Okay,
There is, but they're identical.
okay. Tell me what you think this rate should be. Even if you wanna keep it the same. And on Tuesday, I will propose an out-of-district rate with the number of taps we have that hits the balance. And then if y'all wanna lower that out-of-district rate, you can do that Tuesday. So, feel me, Denny? Okay,
I don't know what that number, I mean, you've come back, the staff has come back with the 3964 to cover ourselves. So I don't know what the number between today's rate, the 3008 and 39, I don't know what that should be in order for us to.
but I'm telling you, I'll make it up with the out-of-district rate. So if you say we wanna keep the city rate, the stat, okay, that's fine, but the out-of-district rate may go up $15.
And that's gas. Gas is the same. There is a difference in water and wastewater in city and out of city.
Okay,
It's
we'll
the
talk
gas
about,
that's-
we'll get that in a second.
Okay.
Or, we can split the difference.
So I think as far as the number, I don't think it's 39.
Okay.
Just because if you put that on this chart, you would have to change a lot of things to make it even fit, right? That's the scary part. Now, if
Understand.
you can make it look generally on the same trajectory, right? I mean, everything's getting more expensive. I mean, it costs more for us to do what we do, it's costing, I mean, I know it hurts everybody, but it is what it is. It's gonna have to increase rates. But
Yeah,
exponential increase is tough, especially going into negotiations.
I don't think we can keep it the same, I agree with you. It doesn't have to be something there, we have things that we have to fix. But what is that number?
Yeah.
Like you guys said, like, we
I
can't.
mean, we'll let Brad say a number.
Thanks.
Pick a number, Brad.
I'm either good with the same or keep it on that delta,
So if we
keep it
put it
down on
on-
linear. Ma'am,
If we put it on the same trajectory,
looking at 33,
we're hitting about $4. So, $34.
still, the percent increase is still greater than, I don't know, it just over the last 2 years, that's a pretty stiff increase. Granted, we have things we have to do, and I understand that. What is the out of district, how much gas do we sell out of district?
We're getting it.
Oh, okay.
It's basically Lamar.
We have Lamar and,
I think it's less than 1,000, probably out of district, but let Jamie confirm before I get.
So then so,
4,500 tabs.
yeah,
So let's say 25% is out of district. They can't bear that whole increase.
no, they couldn't bear I mean, that would,
If it was 50-50 or something tilted the other way, maybe so, but they can't bear the balance.
What is the difference on the out of district and in district for water and waste?
No, according to the ordinances, they're different. I can tell you the difference in the current. We haven't finished writing the ordinances according to these rates yet. That's what we're working on. Currently, let me get you the current. See, this one's water. The current difference is the 2174 on water. For in district, out of district is 3025. The current wastewater of 2303 is in district, the out of district is 3360. I'm sorry, 3270. Sorry, 3270.
so they're paying approximately,
They are.
Nine.
We're talking $9.
Yeah.
Another thing is, this is a standby fee, right?
Real
And we
quick,
have
what did I quote you for the
residents
out of
that
district
shut off their gas,
waste,
will not be
water?
paying that, will come in the winter,
Water,
reactivate that
I'm sorry.
account, and then be paying that, so there's, I'm gonna give you numbers.
So did you hear what Gene just said?
no ma'am.
We have a number of connections that shut off, come and have their gas shut off in the summer.
And
Don't pay anything, and then they reactivate their account when they get here for the
and they're
winter.
To avoid the standby fee.
So they're only paying half a year, basically, for gas.
Do they pay a not a reconnect, I mean, a turn on reconnect fee?
Yep.
They do?
it's minimal, yes.
Is it minimal?
So on these, we're
So it
talking,
doesn't hurt to do that, you know, when you leave for the year.
right,
It's one of those
No,
opportunities.
you want it to be painful enough that they go, well, we just better off leaving it on.
Yeah, I mean, especially if the residence is not occupied and they're not burning it.
so we're talking about a $9 spread of basically between water and sewer out of district. We can add a $9 spread on gas and hit those guys up to 39. Hit out of district up to 39 and then do whatever you want with the inside. You know, whatever we get, we're gonna make it work. The mayor and I talked this morning about level of service. And we were talking, do you want a Lexus, do you want a Corolla, or do you want a Camry, you know? And we think we're operating between a Corolla and a Camry. And we think that's okay for now, until we get in a better position to up that. That's not customer service, or Cadillac customer service, but, you know, we can't be a Lexus. We have to be content with something lower than that, just because of the position we're in this year. And that's okay. They have to do the minimum. They gotta do the UGO to keep the TCQ, or the.
My wish
commission.
or want would be to keep the rate as low as possible for in-district, while maintaining our Corolla Camry. Out of district, increase that, unfortunately, to those residents, but they also don't pay the city tax. So
Let's go
increase that rate to them,
$1 right
but
now. 9 out.
I want to keep it artificially low, knowing that we're hoping to sell it, and that being the negotiation.
That's my big concern.
But also, we have to be able to fund the repairs and replacements.
Do the rate, and then we have to go back and find the extra money.
Okay, here's what I'll propose. I'll propose we go up $2 in, 9 out. We'll look at the revenue at mid-year. We'll come back and talk to you then.
If the difference between the rates right now is only 9, why would you do 9, increase out and 2 in?
Perfect, we'll do 11. If we do 2 in, then we need to do,
9 above that.
to put them about $9 more than us. So that would be,
No, I think what I'm saying is if you only needed a 9 increase flat across the board without increasing your out of district, and you're wanting to increase your out of district now as a new rate at 9, why would we need to increase the in district at all if the proposed rate right now is only 9?
1,000 customers.
because
versus
it's,
35.
right. It's
To
only a
offset
quarter
the
of the
difference,
system.
okay. And that's the only thing I worry about is making a decision on this without having the actual numbers to represent that offset. Is that going to be able to support a lower rate for in-district without actually having the information of who assumes gas throughout the year, who doesn't, who does those partial shutoffs?
So we can give you an amount of gas we sell per year. I mean, I guess we could get down to the molecular level, but those would be anticipated, you know? Just because they did it this year doesn't mean they're even gonna be here the next year. So all we can talk about kind of is the bulk amount of gas we sell, and then divide it up in a quarter and 3/4, and kind of weigh it like that.
Customers come and go.
Right, it's not static.
It is weather dependent.
Yeah.
Utility,
That's why I'm
utility
saying-
rates, 2 readings and a public hearing, two readings,
Public hearing, 2 readings,
right? I'm sorry,
Yes,
you're right, right.
and again, we can keep it whatever you want in district and raise the out to whatever. And if it works, we're gonna keep going. If it doesn't, we'll revisit it mid-year. We don't have to keep it what we picked today.
With the new developments that are coming in, how much of those developments will be consumers of gas?
Some of them are asking for gas and some aren't. Like, my neighborhood has it on one street, and the whole rest of the neighborhood doesn't have it, which,
Some
I
said
think that's
Shores
something
is
to
out of city
consider.
limits, but we've got gas line there. Now, which residences, when they move in, will connect or not?
right,
is,
it's a personal
We
choice.
did, like, out at Islands of Rockport, we entered into an agreement with the developer that we would supply the line and put the line in the ground. And they would, provide 2 connections in each residence as they built out. And that seemed to work well, but they're the only ones that came to us with any kind of negotiation for providing gas to the new subdivision.
But again, we can't really tell if someone's gonna tap in or not, I mean, that's gonna be,
Now,
until they do.
They don't have to.
We don't know until they do.
Anticipate.
They don't have to. A resident can have a tap out in front of their house and a gas meter there and not have an account. They can go all electric.
Go all
if they want
electric.
to. Yeah.
So timeline, we have public hearing next week. Are we doing first reading of ordinance next week as well?
Public hearing and first reading at the same meeting.
Okay, so
And
you
then-
can bring us, we have this, you can bring us back additional options, and we can make the adjustment during the first reading.
We
Is that
cannot,
correct?
and we do not have to have that first reading, we can have public hearing alone.
That's true.
We can have the
I wanna
public
make sure-
hearing and we could postpone the first reading if it's a total mess.
Yes, there's no requirement, the only reason we do those that first reading is so that it would fall in, there's enough time between that and then the budget decision so that it would go in effect
Because
on
we've
the
gotta put the
October
revenue
1
into
billing.
the budget.
You know, it affects that October 1 billing, otherwise it falls kind of
No,
like
understood.
2 weeks behind.
So
But it would,
we can do pending change to the first reading on Tuesday, or we just say this is too convoluted.
Push it
with
off.
The changes we want, we'll have to
Postpone it.
postpone.
Concern is that if, we've gotta have something to show them for the public hearing, what you're anticipating.
Yeah.
And that's what your
We'll have
ordinance
that.
typically is. Your first reading of your ordinance kind of shows them that.
We have numbers to plug in.
Yeah,
that's no
I mean,
problem.
do the,
It's still.
The one
do the
thing-
proposed, I mean, just knowing that we can't tell you today, but it doesn't appear that any of us are gonna support what staff's recommending, but put that in the ordinance for consideration.
What I would like for you to tell me today is, where do you want the citizen rate to fall?
Okay, since Danielle made me do it, 3108 for in-district and 4108 for out-of-district.
plug it in. We'll run some numbers.
For natural gas.
We got it.
So one,
4504 is the active gas accounts. 3,040 are inside the city limits. This is more than I thought. 1,464 are outside city limits. So that's a substantial amount. I think that gas number active will go up as we get to it.
Say that again, Gene?
4504 active gas accounts. 3,040 are inside city limits and 1,464 are outside city limits.
Okay. We're gonna run the numbers as Brad just gave them, and that's what we'll present on Tuesday, and we'll tell you where that falls. I'll probably send you an email before then,
Are you okay with those numbers?
if that's okay.
So you would be okay in that meeting admitting that we were too low? I'd rather than present high and that's back it down. I don't know that it really matters, I guess.
I think with the number Gene just gave us for the out of district, that substantial increase for out of district may make up that difference.
You guys are gonna get a monthly report as well, at the second meeting of every month, Lorenzo. And we can keep an eye on it, and you guys can say, we've come in too high, let's back it off, let's give you that money back. Just because I say I'm gonna come and ask for you for more, doesn't mean we can't come in and say, back it back down. You're
I know
not,
that you come back and ask for more because you hit a regulatory roadblock, and that's a lot easier to justify and puts us in the best negotiation period.
Yeah.
So I'd rather be as low.
so let's do that, and then we'll see where the numbers come out. Whatever you adopt on Tuesday is not the end-all be-all.
If you plug those numbers in and you see that we can actually
I'm
increase
gonna
it,
bring you the very
we would
lowest
love
rate I
that
can.
too, but
I'm gonna bring you the very lowest rate I can and still meet the,
Mayor, you okay with?
We're being asked to come up with a number,
Yes, sir.
and that number is actually pretty much irrelevant to us, because we're going to be sitting, looking at a report that will tell us what the actual cost is gonna be. And I fully agree with what y'all are asking about the people outside the city paying a different rate, and what that rate is pretty much irrelevant, again, to me, because the city has administrative costs for doing what we do. And it would only be right that people outside the city pay for it. So the reason I'm not giving you numbers is the numbers y'all are saying sound fine to me, and it is only a working number until we get to the point
Yes,
of
sir.
doing something and voting on it.
Yes, sir.
So I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think that everybody's statements like that, they're fine.
Okay.
and you know, material costs fluctuate so much these days that spending a little bit of time into it, spending 3 months in it, and seeing where we are is really reasonable. So we'll plug those numbers in, we'll plug them in the budget. If we can back it off on Tuesday, I'll have it backed off. If we can't, that's what we're gonna propose, and then you guys can make the decision from there.
And if that number doesn't work the other way too, if it just doesn't work, like, hey, Brad, 31 doesn't get us, doesn't buy us a mile of pipe. then-
If I've gotta jiggle cents, I'll jiggle cents. If it's dollars, I'll come back to you, okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Seem fair?
Barry?
Okay, we wanna talk about water and sewer? By the way, I think Teresa did not buy us lunch for a reason, I'm just saying. So we might all be on our own.
We have Skittles.
We have Skittles. I brought extra Skittles too.
You brought extra.
Teresa's saving dollars.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's talk about,
So there's, just got a little bit more information out of that, total number of 5,322 connections.
818 are inactive.
Inactive, that are on the books but are inactive.
you just mentioned a 5,000 number, but he quoted 45.
He said those are active.
That's the 4,504 is active meters.
Gotcha.
The inactive, they'll probably come in and turn on.
So those are like your potential partial,
They
yeah.
have a tap, but they're not using gas because
Or they've turned them off.
They're either up north or.
Okay, we got a plan?
Yes.
You two, we'll talk about it Friday. Oh, and you two? We're gonna talk about it Friday. We'll have something very, very organized on Tuesday, okay? Let's talk about water. We're at 2273. Wrong.
No, 23.
21 cents.
2174. and we're proposing to go to 22.73, a little less than $1 increase.
20
That's-
cents?
Minus the 20%, Pat.
No, that includes the 20 cent.
Yeah, I mean, but
And tell me the difference between in district and out of district.
Currently, 2174, excuse me, where am I at? Water, yes, 2174. And I think I told y'all,
It was like $9
yeah.
and something.
I think I mentioned y'all 3025, that was when we were trying to go to it, we didn't get to.
21
It's the current wastewater,
water.
I'm sorry, the current water is 29.95
So we're
for
proposing
out of district.
90 cents increase here-ish, 90, sorry, math on my thing, no. Or spelling, or, wait, no.
We're sweeping
I can sweep.
1,273 minus.
Okay, about a 99 cent increase here. We can do the 99 cent increase out of district, or we can raise that higher if you like. But let's start with, is everybody comfortable with a 99 cent in-city increase?
Typically, it's based on a percentage, and I just don't know what that percentage is.
Keep in mind, 20 cents of that is Sam Pat's increase, so.
Can we assume the 20 cents and offset the 79 out of district?
Yeah, we can give them
A higher one.
the balance.
I need to figure out what
We gotta
their,
have a number.
their current is. Give me just a moment.
The increase that we're, not San Pat's increase, but our, city rate increase going to CIP?
To fund the CIP. Well, some of it's gonna offset our increased costs.
Well, sir,
You know, again, water's an enterprise fund, it has to pay for the services it receives. So you're asking for 79 cents in the city, but they have to pay for their people, their equipment.
I guess now's as good as time. Short of revenue bonds or other geo bonds, how do we get services out to the annexed areas that we tax but do not provide a water sewer service to?
Great question. So, we need a new water master plan, which we've talked about. And we can use impact fees to make improvements to the system. So,
To existing customers?
yeah,
growth in our system or growth in development? This, I mean, houses that are already here. I mean, that's a definitive line that I mean.
right,
we
it's
do need
improvement to the
clarification
system. There is some level that we can take, we have to get a plan to get those people served. We can use some level of impact fees for main lines that then people, whoever, could put liters off of.
I think a good example might be what we discussed down Airport Road. Right now, if the citizens wanted to get it, right now, policy would be that they would have to run it all the way down Airport Road, all the fire hydrants, under the highway, across the road, over the hill, and then to their house. To me, the city should absorb
We can do over the
everything
hills and through
over
the
the hill,
woods.
across the house, you know, the hydrants, all that.
Right.
Now, obviously.
We can do that with impact fees.
Down the residential street and to their house, I totally get that. That's different.
But we also have a bunch that what we need with impact fee list is long. But on that is to serve unserved residents. But keep in mind, it's not gonna bring it to their door.
No, it'll bring it to the property line.
Probably-
Or
no.
street.
Probably the closest main road is as much as we could do. So then if you
Within,
wanna,
I'm sorry, yeah, with impact fees.
if you wanna go down the road and whatever, you raise this rate to put into the CIP, we put those in the CIP. If you wanna subsidize homeowners to get them from their house to their, to the road, you're gonna have to put it in the water rate or take a bond, take a revenue bond.
I'm fighting for some other awards here, you know.
Oh, I know, appreciate that.
So is there a way to do it by budget year where, you know, that increase can be for main roads and then the next year you can identify the need to go beyond the main roads and?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's what I was saying. We gotta have a water master plan. Whether if these guys do it back there or if we get a professional to do it, someone's gotta make a plan that makes sense and works for everybody. Because right now we are only being reactive. When a subdivision comes in, we serve them. That's our capacity.
And there's kind of, and I'm not the expert on this, just with a little bit of research I've had to do this last year is we've got kind of two issues. We've got groups that were annexed almost 30 years ago.
Right.
That had no service agreement, no obligation by the city. It's very clear, we're not doing anything unless you develop. Then you have the newer annexations, we'll say 10 years. There was a service plan where we didn't meet the benchmarks, but we weren't challenged either. I'm paraphrasing what I think I know. So, you know, how do we tackle that? Do we go back to the 30-year-old areas versus the other, or where's the cost benefit? I think it's a little bit of both, but please.
I have a, I don't know what it is. It's not even an idea. Where it came from, we operated all of our lines off of revenue bonds. And there was just a rolling bond schedule to pay for those. We have all of the unannexed areas divided into very logical sections. And we could, I'm not saying that this is what we should do, but one option would be to revenue bond them by section. And you could, I mean, you're gonna take out a 20-year bond, you could probably do an early payoff, so you could subsidize it a little bit with your water rate. But we could make a rolling bond schedule to serve all of those citizens. And remember, it's not on the taxpayer because it has to be paid back with the revenue generated from the users. Now, you can subsidize it. You can subsidize it, pay it off faster, take a lesser bond, some things like that. But if we do bites, it's less onerous. And that's a really good option for you guys, for us.
A prioritization of mainline distribution. If I run a mainline here, I get 60 customers.
Right.
If I run it here, I get 2, you know, those things play out.
And the main line will cost the same, you know, whether you get 60 or 2. So we can do that and take the revenue bond and hit it and
prioritize it.
So we were talking
we've
about
done
the
that.
$1,000,000 a mile or something like that.
Sewer is $1 million a mile.
Sewer was, okay.
Water's not expensive to run.
Water's not expensive. Right.
I mean, relatively, it's expensive.
Sewer has
To me,
be
water,
built on
to me,
grade.
water is always the priority. I mean,
And I agree.
safe drinking water.
So do you have any idea, just kind of go back to what she was saying, as far as the ones that lived in their annex agreement did not have any kind of agreement for services and like, based on your kind of priority map, do you have an idea of if those priority sections do include the ones that the agreement was placed there?
So everybody that has an agreement is basically in the southern area. More northern, there's no agreement. Right, that's your word. So, but in that agreement, I'm not gonna say that because they're all different. The agreement ones are in the southern area, and the southern ones are more bang for our buck, I believe. But we do want to write in there that if we run the line down your road, you are required to connect. Because I'm gonna take a revenue bond based on your house, your house, your house, your house. I can't take a revenue bond based on 10% of you are gonna hook in. So yes, those are prioritized and they run, I think they run east to west in priority order. Because I think that was annexation order. And I'm just going off a map I see in my head that I had to color, even though we have a map maker on council. But had to get my markers out. I can sweep and color a map.
See the map.
And we have had agreements where if you sign up and get on for service now, it's X. If
Right.
you wait and hold out, it's more.
It's, yeah, and that's a very wise thing to put in there. That, you know, if you don't do it when we got the ditch open, it's gonna cost you a lot more. Because when the ditch is open, I can put your tap in.
What is, I mean, a wag, can't say.
I understand.
An
Approximation.
approximation of a tap fee. You know, if we were to do something like that, what would
Well-
is it the same as a residential tap fee for new construction?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, so
The
that,
cost to make a tap is the cost to make a tap.
okay, so
That doesn't change.
that's an assumed cost, be the same. It's not gonna be a prorated cost of, if only 10% of the people do it, hey, your
We
rate's gonna
charge you
go
more.
up to.
No, you can't do that.
What is new construction tap, 12?
2,100 for a water meter, 3/4 inch water. I'm sorry, 1 inch.
For one?
How much was it?
2,100?
And we lose
It's in the
$76
minutes.
every tap we
That's a
make?
ballpark figure.
It's going up
Yeah.
because we
Yeah.
lose
Estimate.
$76
Estimate.
every tap we make.
It won't go in the minutes, I'll have a discussion about that.
Yeah, last time I heard.
So, no, so that's
Oh,
a constant. That's a constant.
Okay. I mean, that's a lot of these areas we're speaking of are low to moderate income. And so that is
Perfect opportunity for grants.
that's what I wanted to, my next,
Hey, I got someone that I'm gonna put on grants we talked about last time. So, I think it's a perfect opportunity for grants. Go get a revenue bond for the match. It's in the ground for half the money. I mean, there's options, and if y'all wanna sick me on a plan, I'm all over that. Because we're already kind of working on that plan.
we've discussed it at least the last 2 years that I know of,
So you're comfortable me putting a rolling revenue bond schedule together to fund water to the unannexed, no,
the annex.
the unwater served annexed areas. Rolling bond is debt. Even a revenue bond is debt. Okay,
But can we also bring that up when we look at the tax rate, potential tax rates and our potential buying down debt? That wouldn't count, would it? Because it's revenue, it's coming off the
That's right.
enterprise fund.
right. It
So
has,
it doesn't go in that.
a revenue bond has to be paid for by the revenue received from the system. You
So
can
that doesn't-
subsidize
That
it.
doesn't go into the INS?
Nope.
Okay, that's right.
It doesn't go in the general fund INS.
Gotcha. Comes off the inter. I'm trapped. Got it now.
Okay?
Sorry, baby steps for me.
No, and baby steps for everybody. I love it. This is a fantastic way to get that infrastructure in the ground. If everybody can stomach that it's still debt, but it's sold on the open market, and it's fun to watch them sell, by the way. You get a great rate when they're putting them on the open market. You get a much better interest rate.
And we don't have to do it. I just think
Absolutely not.
We have to have all our information so we can make that decision. I
But
think
when-
it's just good to have the information so we can make decisions, otherwise we're gonna keep having the same questions. Just need to have
Agreed.
information.
I'm fine, but if y'all wanna go forward, that's just.
I would love to see the information. We annexed the areas, we need to provide the service, and we just haven't,
It's great.
we haven't stepped up to it.
Well, I think it's a great alternative.
Can you do the same for wastewater? That's gonna be more expensive.
Absolutely.
But can we see something for waste?
It's gonna be a lot harder. We're baby steps, come on. We're gonna need some help, so it's gonna cost me a little money to get some help. But absolutely, we can do it, right?
That would be another one of those areas, I know that the county, we've gotten the Colonia grants, the LOTA mod, CBDG grants for certain areas that are in the city limits that we've done, right? Right, Ryan, those were in the city limits, over in the donut, or Fab.
The colonial grants are they're outside of city limits, they're within the donut hole.
Those are all of them done, okay.
There was a lot of LMI and most of the grants associated with it, and that's depending on what you're looking, is that beneficial for the city, is where we want the water to go, but it's good for the city.
Well,
The drainage stuff,
Yeah.
and having a little bit of money to throw at a grant match makes our applications open up a little more. Because, right now, we're looking for only things with no match, so.
So if we do the revenue bond, is it gonna have the bond restrictions on how we word it?
Yes,
So-
a little different than a large GL or CO.
I would just take precaution of just saying the annex areas.
Oh, no, it'll have to be more specific.
Yeah, because there's some stuff that we would like to do, for sure, that we've discussed.
Is it
Which
gonna
is
make-
serving water to people that haven't. I mean, look at corridors down south of Corpus Christi Street.
That's the
That
area we're
vacant-
working in.
Yeah, and that's land that's in the county, but still services a good piece, and it helps our system. And it opens up opportunity for builders,
But does it generate new revenue?
this forward.
No, then you can't use it for revenue bond. But it might open up some money for us to do, the revenue bonds would open up money in other places.
So does it turn into a voluntary annexation?
If you wanna tap into the water,
I mean, if we run it there,
boom, revenue.
then revenue back in line.
So you committed to us at the last workshop to have a plan, you've got a plan, let's work on executing it.
I love it, I love it. Okay, great. So,
Ward 3's good. We got water and wastewater.
Yeah,
We're
no
good.
problem.
I was gonna say, but
We have to drive to your area to.
but fighting for my peeps over here.
Cook food.
okay, so
I have to cut back on my water rate.
is everybody comfortable with the proposed increase in water?
I like what Stephanie had said. I wanna say like keep the rate at the same and or the 20% increase.
20 cents.
The 20 cents, sorry, and then do the 79 cents, maybe try outside. I think the rate's getting raised.
So we wanna only raise this rate 20 cents,
I would like to keep it just the.
or we wanna raise this rate 70 cents?
20 cents and place the 79-cent difference out of district. We only want to assume San Patricio's increase.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I would like to do. And Stephanie, I just have to do that.
So real quick,
Okay.
I just wanna make sure I'm tracking, because,
You wanna do the same on sewer, sorry,
Well,
water?
let me ask a quick question, I wanna clarify. So the current rate of the water service on a 3/4 inch is $21.74. If we just do the 20 cents, it's $21.94. The current rate of the out of city limits is $29.95. What was being proposed was a 3.6% increase.
We're gonna have to,
You wanna do that to the 7.2%?
no, we're gonna take the 20 cents in the city.
Correct.
And then we're gonna have to go back and get the number of taps out of town, figure out the difference, and add the whole difference to the out of district,
Is that the way?
right? Is that,
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
You were proposing a 3.5% increase to out of district anyway,
and in district,
which
Both
in and out.
In and out had a 3.6% interest, 3.6% increase. By not doing the 3.6% increase in district, what I just heard from Vanessa is find out what the difference was and put it all to
On the
out of district.
So we have a 99-cent increase here. We're gonna take 20 cents, and so 79 cents off of every in-city residential tap is gonna be borne by the out of district. So we have to figure out how many houses that is, divide it by the houses, and put it in the new rate for out of district. It's a math equation, probably the Pythagorean theorem, but we
Easy, Aggie.
we can do
I
it.
wonder, y'all are gonna hate me for this, would it be easier for us to come back and say, you know what, for all utility rates, we want the outside rates to be 30% higher than the in-city rates?
Well, right now, they're about
And then it's all-
$10 higher.
That's an easy way of doing it that way.
Yeah.
I would just say, in my mind, it'd just be easier to say, you know what? It doesn't matter whether it's water, wastewater, or gas. If you wanna know what your outside city rate is, it's gonna be 30% higher than whatever the inside city rate
So
is.
in the Austin area, out-of-district rate is 1.5 times. So it's 50% higher. That's, not every
It's an
single
easy,
one.
I mean, it's an easy way to
But that's
explain
a-
it. It's
But
an
in
easy way to
general,
calculate it.
it's 1.5.
But they're not paying city taxes, so, they're getting a
That's
$5,000
what I'm
savings
saying.
there, but.
It's 1.5 times. So you're gonna pay 50% more. If you wanna pay 50% less, I got an annexation form for you. There's a form for that, right?
That's why most
I don't
people
know if
hook
y'all-
up to
if
the
y'all like
water
that
because
idea.
it's
It's
cheaper
just-
to hook up to city
I
water
like
than
to
to
keep
drill a
things
well.
simple, you know,
Yeah.
So, I really just, where I'm at here is keeping the cost lowest for our citizens. I mean, they're already paying enough taxes as it is
Agree.
for everything else, so I wanna be as low as we possibly can go and for the city
Okay.
citizens. So if we can put some effort in on the outside, that's.
How about this? How about now gas, we've already discussed, it's a different animal, we know what we're doing there. Water and sewer, we will put our 20% increase on, and then we will adopt a 1.5 times out of district fee. No matter what we set our rate at, if you're out, you pay 1.5 times.
You know how much easier that will make an ordinance?
It'll make everything easier, because every year you set your in-district rate, you know what they're paying.
Give her some
Close.
It'll make it so much
No,
easier.
you're a genius, open your Skittles.
That's what I'm doing.
You want some fruity berries too? If you keep thinking like that, I'll give you more.
So right now, the difference is 37.8% higher.
So we're gonna bump that up to 50.
And then you come back.
And I just wanna clarify, the 20 cents that you're referring to, that's per 1,000 gallons.
Yeah,
And
that's what all we're adopting. That's just the pass-through.
Correct, however, on your base rate, there's 1,500 gallons in the base rate, so really that's 30 cents on the base rate, 20 cents on every 1,000 gallons thereafter.
Why is it 30 on the base?
Because it includes 1,500 gallons in the base rate.
Yeah, so you
I forgot that.
get this much for free, or for just being signed up, so.
1,500 gallons does not go that far.
So instead of 20, it'll be 30 on the base rate, but as you go up in water use, it will go down to 20. Everybody loving that 1.5?
Ryan, are we gonna see a petition from Oak Terrace to be annexed?
So,
Is that where Ryan lives?
No, ma'am, I didn't say that.
I got a form for him.
His
We have
mama's in my
Skittles.
neighborhood, so we're good.
Okay, I love it. Listen, he's already got a tab, don't worry.
Yeah.
That 1.5 times is gonna make everything so much easier, I promise, across the board. Okay, I'm sorry,
That's for water, wastewater.
both, if you're comfortable with that.
let me clarify the difference between these two.
We. So, we've got a plan, we're gonna move past that.
Yes.
That's easy peasy. San Pat's increase here, we're gonna run those numbers. Again, we may come back to you mid-year and say,
Didn't
it's
work.
not working, but I want it. This is Vanessa Schroner on tape, we might need more money in the mid-year. You
So,
know that?
just to clarify, that means water will only assume the 20 cents increase.
Right, it'll be,
What about waste? Will
same
we
thing, we're gonna do the same thing. Well,
Which would
There's
be,
no.
There's no San Pat.
Yeah, no,
so
no,
are we keeping the rate the same? As it is right now?
that's up to y'all.
wastewater would be the same, but the 1.5 times on wastewater to the out-of-district user,
Well,
or out of the city.
Still processing the water.
yeah, that's,
Oh, we did, yes, the proposal was to up to 26.76.
so we're still,
So the difference between the in and out of state is 41.5% increase.
it should be a 50%.
Currently,
But currently.
the wastewater in and out of district is about 41%.
Ryan, are you saying because we're processing the water,
Get a mail, yeah, we process,
we process the wastewater, but run me through what you're thinking there?
I mean, it's just another cost, you know, if we're raising, I mean, everything costs to operate,
Yeah,
and
so.
keep in mind, you're raising, people cost more, supplies cost more. When you put a raise in, you're not just saying, oh, hey, citizens, we're gonna make more revenue. That is an enterprise fund. We're not making money. We are not a profit loss center.
Especially if you're going out and trying to supply the water like we're talking about, then, I mean, we're gonna be processing more also. And
I'm speaking to wastewater now.
Yeah,
That's what he's saying.
You're gonna be processing more accounts, more everything,
Gotcha.
more lift stations, more.
but you're assuming,
I don't want you to get into a state where we're doing this 9% jump that scares you, or $9 jump.
but a lot of the places we're talking about putting in water are not gonna get sewer concurrently.
Correct.
So, I mean, what goes in must come out, I get that cycle, but
We have more customers with sewer only,
No, water only.
water only,
Sewer's
than sewer.
sewer's the one that's hard.
So, I mean, I would love to get sewer to those annexed areas, but it's to be able to get people off the septic.
Baby steps.
But it's eat the elephant one bite at a time.
the difference is at my house, I have a $10,000 septic tank.
You ain't hooking into sewer.
Right, and that's what happened in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Say a decade ago, everybody was like, wait a minute, it's $10,000 to hook into the city, and I just put in a $10,000 septic tank. That money doesn't make sense. A $1,200 water tap to come off of a well that may be underperforming under drought conditions or whatever, or bad water quality, $1,200 is way different conversation. So, I just, to be right, it's not exponential, more water, more sewer. It would be nice, but I don't think that's where we're at cost-wise. But I do, the question I had is, what is the increase in sewer anticipated to go towards? Is it just routine cost increases, or is there something baked into that cost?
We have some upgrades, but there's no real big sewer CIP, right, except the Gagon.
The Gagon force main and everything else, but the daily maintenance. and
The
everything
maintenance.
On the lift stations, the pumps are $10,000 to $15,000 a piece, and when development comes in, you know, we charge the developer to come in and put in a lift station to service their area. But when it starts pumping and it starts going downstream, so to speak, those lift stations have to be upgraded. Sometimes pumps need to be added to increase the capacity of those lift stations. That falls on us.
I would love to see in our impact study slash development fees is if you're affecting downstream and or upstream, they're making,
You
Exactly,
pay for all of that.
yeah,
exactly.
maybe not all of it. You don't have to go from point A all the way to the,
You bear some of
the
the
treatment facility.
developer should be bearing
Yeah.
some of the burden.
Yeah.
But
They have not been. Yes.
no, historically, we have not been, or we have not done that.
We have
It's been
not.
service your development, we'll figure out the rest.
Hey, we're getting there, y'all.
But
Yeah, with no money associated with it.
Yeah.
That's the whole planning on doing this is the more we can collect, the more projects there's tons of projects that we can put on the CIP list. Are any of them doable? I mean, it's a wish list right there. This has been in the queue for a long time, and that's at Southern, because that's where the growth was going. It's time to start putting the growth where the city wants it to go, where council, where staff needs it to go, to fill in these areas. And y'all are talking that now. Those are the people that need it, but who's paying for it is the person who has the most money, and that's the reason we're going that way. So when do we start moving that process to where we need
We
to
gotta
fill,
guide the development.
you know, that's closer, and guide the development responsibly and do it, and that's where we're at. So there's gonna be a lot of CIP lists. but
Ryan,
We haven't got the first one done, so.
Yeah.
So why sit there and just throw this out there and be hundreds of millions of dollars out there
Ryan
if we
brought
don't know
me,
which way to go?
he brought me our utility plan. It was done in 1990. So, just
So,
saying.
all of these other issues aside, we gotta put a number up here. You need a minor increase to cover your costs. Sounds like none of us really want to increase rates right now, given everything else that's going on, but give us what that minor is. So maybe whatever the water increase is,
Right,
say I know it's 20 cents, but whatever that percentage is, just apply it to the wastewater. We'll use Ryan's Rockport math
We can do that.
of exponential, right? And just see where that lands you dollar-wise and see if you can make it work. And we would just
Let's
say,
do the same 1.5%
Out of
Yeah.
out of district.
Uh-huh.
Just the fact of not falling behind and having to
20
come back
cents,
next
what
year
percent is
and,
that?
Absolutely.
and try to sell something to citizens that is a lot
You got
harder
it?
to sell.
I got it.
What
That's the
percent
only thing.
increase is the 20 cents on the water?
It would put us at 2707 for wastewater if we did the same increase in water.
Percent, not
I
number.
said
I did the
not
percentage,
cents.
but I've got the answer.
You got the answer?
Yes. I just
You
didn't
did the
do-
whole percent?
Yeah.
Okay.
but I didn't, but
What's the increase?
the number, if we do the same increase in water to wastewater, it'd be 2707. But
No.
No, you're adding more than 1%. 20 cents is a little less than 1% on 21 cents.
Okay.
I didn't take my boot off, hang on.
That's how you math.
Yeah.
Our current water rate is
30.
21.74. We're gonna add 20 cents.
You need 30 cents.
What percent increase is that? So we're gonna do a 1.4% increase. So now, our sewer rate is 23.03 at a 1.4% increase on that. Okay, 23.35.
And that's inside, and then do a 1.5 hours. 1.5%.
So,
Ryan, would it be able to forecast to get to the first job?
The 20% increase that Sam Pat is proposing is not per connection, it's per 1,000 gallons.
that's what we're at. It's per 1,000 gallons. Okay, are we comfortable with those two numbers? What was that number, 23?
25?
20, so sewer would go from 2303 to
23.35.
2335.
I got confused.
But you would also see the out of city
Is going to 1.5. Correct.
Those looks really small. It might make up some of the original ask.
Yeah.
I say run it and we'll just see what they look like.
Okay, that's what we're gonna bring you Tuesday. Those numbers that we've just discussed that I'm sure are in Kimberly's head.
They're there, ma'am.
Okay.
I got my notes down.
Okay.
So far, we've got a savings, substantial savings from the proposed rates when we started. For end city. But does it work for y'all?
Hey,
I mean, Ryan got up and walked out.
We've been going an hour and 25 minutes. Oh, take a break.
let's go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't wanna do more in public. No, I had the right answer. I just. We're working on this. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to, other words.
Yes, lunch.
Nobody's listening to me, you gotta do something.
Okay, we are back in session. Again.
Brad?
I'm here.
Okay, so we got two fun things left, tax rate and my ever-popular moratorium. Skittles.
What would you like to see first?
So y'all want Skittles or tax rate?
Completely.
Let's talk about Skittles.
Casey really goes down.
Got it all right.
Casey gets a.
So, last time we were here, I proposed 12-month moratorium. Apparently, everybody loves it a lot, or not, on development. I want to clarify a couple of things, that my proposal is only for new subdivisions that have not been submitted. If you are in the queue, you continue forward. If utilities are readily available, you can continue forward. That was my proposal. Just to be clear on that. Couple of options. I heard that it's not widely popular among a certain ward. No, a t-shirt.
Wow. That's the one y'all fight for me.
Listen, I didn't yell at you. Let's just be clear with that. I haven't heard any feedback except maybe a little bit from the mayor this morning. So, working off of what feedback I did get, I have some options, and y'all can kind of tell me what you think, and I'll do what I gotta do. We started actually a project board in Public Works and working up in what's lacking and what we intended to do, what our goals were if we did get a moratorium, or what we're gonna do if we don't. So we got a plan. Whatever y'all decide, we got a plan. One thing I think we could do is back it down to a 6-month moratorium with a hard stop date. 6 months we go or no go. Another option that I would like to explore is if a new development comes in, they're gonna pay their impact fees. But we can do a development agreement and require a developer contribution. And so we can kind of estimate what our impact fees should be and ask for a developer contribution. And so say, we're gonna let you go ahead and build. You can either pay this fee or wait till our new impact fees are in. That's a way to stop the hemorrhaging of the money. We'll put that money back into the funds, and then we start upgrading our system.
And we can do that without the current impact study, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, because it's a developer contribution. I even just asked if we could split it 3 ways and put utility fund, street fund, general fund, because it is a developer contribution. So we could potentially use it for park upgrades if we need to. Not that I think that that's appropriate, or comms upgrades if we can put some in the general fund, but we can put street. And we can go with projects that we need to be doing, and it won't be restricted by that utility fund CIP. But we stop the bleeding, basically.
I am much more comfortable with that, a strategic agreement, or
More uncomfortable?
more comfortable
Oh.
with a strategic
It's
agreement
like,
with a
shoot, what are we supposed to do, Brad?
a strategic, or whatever what you call it?
Development agreement.
A development agreement with not doing a moratorium. That's my.
I'm gonna disagree with him at this point. I think it's not just about the money. I think you made other points that there's other things that need to be done. We are developing way too fast for us to even catch up on. I just think that we need to take a step back and actually look at everything you need to get done so we can make sure that we're doing things correct for these citizens. But I mean, I don't think it was just about money.
What timeframe? Like, would you be feel appropriate with like a 6-month hold and then go into a development agreement for the remaining 6? Is that an option?
That.
So it gives us 6 months of manpower and time to get things done, and then you go into an additional 6 months of a development agreement. And
For the whole, so we have a 12-month, 6 months of it is a full moratorium, 6 months of it is a fee.
Correct.
You know, and let me just put this out there. If someone's got a plan on the drawing board, it's 6 months before they're gonna get anything turned in. That doesn't preclude them from coming in and asking us questions. Here's my plans. What things do I need to change? What forms am I missing? What do I need to pay? You know, what am I gonna have to, what are my fees gonna be? You can still come in and have a pre-development agreement. We're just not gonna take your submission. Because then that starts a shot clock.
Why don't we ask for these impact fees ahead of time regardless for new development? Why are we waiting and allowing that hemorrhage to occur in the first place?
Because it's, impact fees have to be done by a consultant. There has to be an impact fee committee, and they have to be tied to a CIP. It has to be done by a professional. The last time ours was done was, someone help me.
1999.
We've fallen behind. We did it in 1999. So anything accrued from 1999 to 5 years after that, we can't spend it because it's not legal. So we are asking, they are paying the fees. I think I mentioned this, they're paying like $3,000 for water and sewer, and I'm seeing them come in as high as 8 to 12 individually. So that's what we're losing. That money goes directly back into refurbishing and helping our system. We are collecting it. We gotta catch up. That's the deficiencies that I have identified in the year I've been here, and that's huge. The meter deficiency we talked about this additionally yesterday. Even if we get the meter, we may not be able to get the brass tailpiece.
Because of the brass shortages in Texas.
I know a moratorium is gonna be very hard to take, but houses on the ground that don't have a meter and can't be occupied are gonna be equally as hard. People are gonna be pissed. They're losing money.
They won't get financing even if they want.
Right.
to move in.
We have found over the last year and a half, whatever, that there were things that the city does that we were doing, but the record keeping was not such that we can identify exactly what was done, as in the case of doing our impact fees. The last study is outdated, and so we can't enforce those particularly. But there are other issues that one of my concerns is water. I've talked to people from the San Pat Water District, and if we need more water, they have some concerns about where we're gonna get it. And if we continue to grow at the rate that we have been, and we are not ready to identify where we're going to supply water to these people, then we're going to have subdivisions coming in that people haven't got water, and that's our fault. We didn't take care of that.
And we have to pay the money to do it.
I have got a meeting next week with somebody that supplies water to cities up around San Antonio to talk about the availability of water, where it can get it, not to do anything official, but just sit and talk about the issue. And I agree that there needs to be a period of time that we are not approving those unless we're prepared to provide the kind of service to them at the point they're done that we have to provide, and we can't until we know the answer to some of these questions. And I, like others, I can understand the concern with saying moratorium when it scares people to death, and I understand that. A year is a long time. I have no issue with 6 months at all, because you can't get the paperwork done in 6 months. And I don't feel that a 6-month moratorium, whatever,
The 6 months bag of Skittles.
is a, yeah, I gave mine away. Anyway,
I didn't even get, anyway, keep going.
anyhow, I have no problem with that. I think that 6 months, in that amount of time, we should have some answer. I talked to a fellow that used to share where I sit, and asked a couple of questions, and he said, biggest concern I would have for you is you don't let your biggest battle be between what is perfect and what is adequate. You start with adequate and you deal with that. And when you have a program that will work, you work that program. You don't worry about whether it's absolutely 100% perfect. You do it. And in 6 months, we can come up with some answers to some of the concerns we've got, some of the concerns that I've got.
6 months gives us a start.
6 months doesn't sound like a burden to anybody that's actually in the building and construction business on a major scale. I think that 6 months can deal with it.
And that's why I said, we need a plan, and we need to get it And we need to be prepared for all this coming in, and just the impact fees is a big part of it, a huge part of it. But there are, like the mayor said, you know, there are so many other little things that we need to get done, and we have to get them prepared.
I need to be clear on something. The only way or mechanism legally to declare a moratorium that we are speaking of is water and sewer. All of the plans and things we need, yeah, that's what starts happening. But the legal declaration of a moratorium is through water and sewer. So just keep that in mind. When you see it, those are gonna be the things listed.
You have to state why, for health and safety reasons.
Health and safety is another one. Water, sewer, health, safety, there's a list. A master plan isn't on the list. But those are the things to be accomplished while there is a moratorium and we're doing the water study. There are other things to do, including a water master plan, a wastewater master plan, and things like that. So just to be clear, and
I would say this too, I was very fortunate to get to have breakfast with a good friend of mine sitting back over here who has been charged with our county to go out and find businesses to move in here to help out with economic development. And when you say we're not gonna let anybody do anything for a year, I'm surprised he didn't get that.
you know what he said? How can I help?
And that's true. That's exactly what I got from him sitting visiting with him, but I kept thinking a year. But I have no problem at all with 6 months. Yeah, I could probably be talking to a year, but 6 months I can deal with it without a problem.
Vanessa, just,
Appreciate what
I
you
think I heard what I heard on Tuesday, just to make sure we're all in the same place. Go through this again. It's anything that's in queue continues in queue. Anything that wants to develop that's on existing service lines continues to develop. So draw the distinction between what wouldn't be allowed under the moratorium.
Any new platted subdivision. So if you wanna subdivide a lot into 2 lots, and there is not water and sewer or sewer in the street, you gotta wait. If you own a lot and you wanna build a house on it, that's not a subdivision. Go ahead. If you wanna do a commercial business and infrastructure is readily available, you can hook into it. If you own 5 lots and they're already platted and infrastructure is already set for those houses, you get to keep going. If you're in the queue, you're in the queue. We're not gonna stop somebody that we have shaken their hand and said, go build. We're not gonna do that. We don't work that way. So, is that more clear? When I bring you a resolution or whatever, it will be clearly stated, but.
So the other thing I would suggest, just, and I'm thinking of what I'm gonna need to try to have this conversation with my constituents is, looking back 6 months, just hypothetically speaking, we can roll back time. Had this been done 6 months ago, how many individuals, and I don't know if you call that by developer or what, that would have impacted, right? So you just go back and say, so you might go back and look and say, what did we do in the last 6 months that had there been a moratorium we wouldn't have done? I know you can't look at the crystal ball to apply that in the future, but it could give us an idea where it comes back and says, well, technically it was only 3 projects. Everything else that's out there is already started well before 6 months ago.
Right.
So they would have had to drop in the queue within, or apply to go into the queue within that 6 month period. So how many in the last 6 months have you
Have we
had
approved?
Yeah.
Do you have that list, Kimberly?
And with that being said,
No,
also
it's-
in 6 months time frame, what do we seek to accomplish and what is actually realistic to accomplish in those 6 months if we were to do this?
So that's what we did yesterday. We have,
Just real quick, Mike, I don't need the answer right now. I'm just saying, in the presentation, you might want to consider that.
I have a planner that can't plan. All she can do is stay on top of what's coming through. She spends 8 hours a day working on developments, not making any plans for developments.
Yeah, really, what we have on the ground right now is already phased out, so they're working on phase 2 and 3 and 4 Kokomo. don't get to do your phase, you already have, you don't get to start until your infrastructure.
Well,
We're looking
but
at-
that's a good question, right? If Files of Rockport has done phase 1 and phase 2, they wanna do phase 3, but we don't have that infrastructure.
No.
It's a no, right?
It's a no. Your phase is in the moratorium, if you haven't already submitted it today.
If the utilities are, because you're starting with, when they're running phase 1 and phase 2,
So,
the
but
trunk line.
your notice to proceed to construction, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have that,
If you don't have a notice to proceed, you're,
So they would be able to build out phase 1 and phase 2, whatever's been submitted and okay.
keep going. Yep, and then,
I think there's a lot of questions, like you were
Yeah.
saying, that staff would have the same questions too, to do
yeah, there
that.
would be some intricacies that, and there's gonna be someone that comes in with a loophole. And we're gonna have to say, you know what, you fell in the loophole, go build your
do
stuff.
we have a policy?
Or, I'm sorry,
We have a policy now, if you're 300 foot from sewer, you have to connect.
You have
If
to.
you're 1,000 feet for water, so those could possibly.
it could fall into,
Interesting.
yeah.
You can also use that part of, you know, if it requires the extension, are you doing, you know, a
Right.
10-foot extension is different than
Yeah.
1,000 feet, yeah.
an engineered approved plan, which you would need, would that be the threshold to say that's a new development or that's extension of service? Because if it's here and you're right there, that's
Well,
something to consider.
If you're a new subdivision that is not platted today, you're part of the moratorium, period.
Gotcha.
Because you still need all your infrastructure and everything, and we don't know if we're gonna have water for your 2,300 houses or 500 houses. So,
What about outside city limits moratorium only, is that allowed?
we can't put a moratorium outside the city limits, but I am putting a moratorium on serving water and wastewater if you don't have.
That's what I meant, I'm sorry, could you still allow for development inside city limits and just say the moratorium is water and wastewater outside city limits? Out
Absolutely.
of district?
We can just continue construction, and the moratorium is only on water and sewer outside the city limits. That's the whole moratorium.
The whole idea was,
They won't build, I mean, it's,
Right.
even though it's in the county, right, they're still not gonna build because they don't have.
They have water. But she's saying, don't apply the moratorium to the city limits, inside the city limits.
You know, and it always-
Just rolling that out there is that an option?
It starts with water and sewer.
Right.
Every day, I mean, land acquisition and, you know, which is zoning, and then it's straight into water and sewer and how we can, that's how they base how we build subdivisions, off the availability. Well, first you can start to purchase. They're not gonna purchase down the bypass on one side that doesn't, it's gonna cost $1 million, you know?
Absolutely.
And
So, I
so-
mean, our responsibility first and foremost is the residents of the city of Rockport,
Agreed.
making sure that we're providing them services, and at this point, we're not providing them services. So, to me, that's the justification to say, hold up, what do we do to infill all the missing pieces in our own city? Now, we know these other developments provide revenue, there's benefit, or especially if they're potentially going to voluntarily annex at some point. I mean, I understand all that works, but number one has to be our own people.
Agreed. But if someone's coming in new to build, they're not, even if they're in the city limits, they're not residents yet.
Got 11 subdivisions in the queue right now, and out of those 11, I'm gonna say there's 5 for sure and 1 maybe that probably would have been affected by a moratorium.
6 months ago.
6 months ago. Okay.
And there's 2,300 houses in the queue. So building's not gonna stop. Those 2,300 houses are still gonna go. And I'm gonna say, if Jeff comes in with an amazing business that's gonna significantly contribute to our sales tax base, I'm gonna come to you and say, we need to exclude this because the benefit outweighs the cost.
Could that fee be in place to?
Well, we could do a fee for exceptions.
That'd be that expedited fee.
Like that fee would help them.
Well, I mean, you
Beyond
had
moratorium.
mentioned a fee,
The development
maybe,
agreement.
6 months in this, but if you had the fee always,
Well, I'm thinking my fee was a pretty good idea because we have 2 options. We can stop it for 6 months and do our planning quickly. Or we can work on our planning slower a little bit, get more money though, so that when we get these plans together, we have money to go put in roads, to go extend water lines, so I think either of them are a good option, but I think this staff needs a pause. I think we need to regroup. We need to start, I'm asking them to do a lot of things differently than they've done in the past. I want them to be able to have relatable communication on water and sewer to the residents.
Obtainable goals.
And then attainable goals. And, you know.
Yeah, when she said, and also when you said to go towards streets, that's not to the new development, they're already paying for those new streets. That's to those people that have been annexed that are on Ranch Road right now.
So.
Luckily, we don't have as many, and we have a lot in the grants, but that's putting back to our tax people that have already been doing it maybe for the 30 years that they have, or, you know, or it's going back to the right section and not the new development. So they're still paying for that.
So the fees is as good a.
Serve some people that have been in this county and city that need to be served.
They both have their
Those are the
benefits.
people that y'all are working for.
So is there,
And
do you
we
have
are-
a strategy for how you would apply the fee? I mean, I know this is all pretty quick, but
Well, we have a CIP plan. We're gonna start at the top.
is it a negotiation with the developer, or is it a percentage, say? I mean, how would you negotiate the fee with the new developer?
What I would propose is we get a good market estimate of what impact fees are and charge that much. And then ours may come in higher, may come in lower, but we just get a good market estimate and say, you're paying this $3,000 impact fee, but you really owe us 10 per house. We apply the 10 per house, and that's the sum of the fee.
I like the fee idea, but I honestly I just believe y'all need a pause. But I mean, that's just, again, I'm one person. so-
I don't disagree with you. That's,
But I do like the fee option, I would like the 6 months and then do the fee option, and even put the fee option as to acceptance into the writing.
you
but-
can be excluded from the moratorium if you pay the fee.
No, I just mean
Oh,
if you
sorry.
had an acceptance come in, like if you were like.
Something that would be a positive impact
You're like-
once you readdress it.
When you said like if the place came in, you're like, this is gonna be a positive impact onto our, like.
Oh, yeah.
Exceptions. I
Apply
see.
the fee then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
But it'd have to be a council decision exception.
that's just kind of where I'm at.
Would that fee be relinquished back to the developer, or would that be on top of their actual impact fees when it comes to life?
If they're gonna build before the moratorium and before we have our impact fees in place, they pay our $3,000 impact fee and the fee.
Plus their set fee, so it wouldn't
Correct.
be, you know, like, okay, we did it now.
It's-
Now here it is, back to your regular impact fees after the study comes in. It
No,
would be an
it's-
extra pot of money that can be used for,
No, yeah.
Would that extra pot of money be restricted?
I just asked a lawyer. Haven't heard an answer yet, but I don't think it would. Because that's what I said, can we divide it across the 3 funds so we can get some of it into streets?
I'd like to see us, if we went down that route, agreeing on a restriction. No offense, but I don't wanna have a conversation about a park when we have this type of funding coming in and the whole purpose is
Agreed.
to handle infrastructure.
And that's what I'm saying.
Sorry.
I was just saying
Parking space if you take.
theoretically we could. I know that is not a priority.
It's a different priority.
It's a different priority.
It's important, it's just
Work those grants.
separate from this other discussion.
If you got people with no roads and no sewer, parks are not important to them.
I can think of probably 3 or 4 that I'm not sure if they're in the queue. They're not platted. But they meet zoning requirements. The CCN says we provide water. What do we do to those developers when they walk in and say,
You have to wait. You can meet all of that. If I have a moratorium, you're not coming in. You can take me to court. I know you mentioned that yesterday. You're not gonna win. The moratorium is declared because of water and water availability. And until we know that, it's not declared because we need a plan or because we need streets or we need a pause to breathe. The moratorium is on water. It is a legal declaration. It has to go through an attorney. You can challenge it. everybody can challenge it. Anybody can sue anybody. And I didn't just throw that out there without talking to somebody, by the way. I wasn't willy-nilly. I make stuff up sometimes, but that wasn't one of them.
Well, thank you for clarifying that.
I'll let you know.
So best case scenario, we get back with the impact fees and see, and they figure we have this many homes we can build, and we find out that we're in a good position, we open it back up and
Well, we have to pick a date. You know, if we say 6 months, at month 6, this council has to make a decision. Are we opening or are we continuing?
potentially we could,
You have to
get
actually
the
do the
fees
monthly
where they need
payments.
to be respectable, where we're turning a profit. It doesn't have to be a lot, but it's just some and not going into the red. And then
Tell me that again?
So if we get back our studies for the impact fees and the stuff that we're not doing really well at right now, and we get good news that, hey, we've raised this is where we're at, and we have plenty of water to support more growth, we'll have a better idea of what kind of growth
Right.
and how fast, right?
Right.
And then we could, that's pretty responsible to do it that way. And I know some of those books that we were looking at, earlier, just all about responsible growth. And I think that's the goal, right?
Well, one of the things we need to do in the 6 months is you 5 people need to decide what you want the city to look like. We're sending Jeff out to find stuff, and we need him to find stuff that we're gonna say yes to. So y'all are gonna have to make some goals and some expectations during that time. We're operating on the Yugo level, and that's fine with us. We get from A to B, but do you want the whole city to be on a Yugo level? Or do you want to develop it out to a Cadillac? When you say you want workforce housing, what does that mean to you? You want to get our workforce back. How do you want to do it? You want a subdivision of 300 homes that are all rentals? I don't think that's it. But do you want a subdivision of homes that are 200,000? You're gonna have to make an incentive for a developer to build at that when he can build for 500,000 in the same spot and sell it. We've got a lot of decisions to make. You've got a lot of decisions to make. And those are some of the things that need to be answered during that time frame.
I think it also is going to be important, we talked about this briefly the other day, but I think that anytime we use the M word real loud to somebody, they need to know that at some point in time, that's going to be over. And we had 3 years on RV parks, and that was entirely too long. And if we tell people 6 months, it needs to be 6 months. And the day that, starts 1st of October and ends the last day of April, and that's the end of it. Now, there are things that we may identify we've got to deal with differently, but that means you may hear from us, we've got to do a particular thing before you're gonna get in, but it doesn't mean that you're stopped for 6 months. Go ahead and get your stuff together, but we have got to deal with this issue before you're gonna be approved.
And that's what I'm saying. You still come in, you're still gonna get customer service. We're still gonna help you lay out your thing. Still gonna tell you that doesn't meet lot size. We're just not gonna accept your application. We're gonna help people all day long. That's what we do. But again, I've got a planner that's got a plan. I got a, water system that needs to be planned. I would say that we're probably not close to running out of water. Not close.
No.
So if we have about 5,000 homes, right? We could probably support 5,000 more, 15, 5, 10. So that's great, but there's 2,300 in the queue. So
When we keep talking about residential properties, and some of this happened before I came on the council, but I thought I understood that the goal was to diversify our tax base and not keep adding more houses. We needed some type of commercial influx.
amen.
So Mayor, if it's appropriate, can we pick on Jeff for just a second and allow him to speak for just a moment?
I would like that if you wouldn't mind.
He's a
If you don't
resident
mind,
expert.
You still have color in your face, so something's going on.
No, he had a lot of color when I mentioned moratorium. It was all red.
And I've purposely, I figure it's not my place to talk, so I appreciate the opportunity to talk. And I greatly appreciate the thought process that you're going through, because this is something that Vanessa and I have talked about routinely over the last 6, 8, 9 months. Just off the top, moratorium as a concept has a huge stigma. It truly is a nuclear option. And when you drop a moratorium, it has connotations that go into the whole marketing and kind of just the whole climate of what's going on. Economic development is a marathon by nature. And all of the stuff that's in the queue, it doesn't happen overnight. It's months and months and sometimes years in terms of development. So in terms of the pipeline and where things are, just in the conversation this morning, the one thing I would say is I'd be very careful if you're going to implement a moratorium, implement a moratorium. But don't open doors where you can have opportunities to skate around. Because then we're just promoting the good old boy system, or, you know, J-Ro's gonna get it, the show streets are not gonna get it, and that's just gonna create all sorts of other problems. So if you're gonna do it, or stick to it, then you go. I think the biggest issue, and I've been involved with moratoriums before, I actually supported a moratorium in Galveston for 6 months around a strategic investment area where we knew incompatible uses were coming forward. It was predicated on health and public safety because we had a mall that was dilapidated and we had homeless people. But we had the city and the county making significant investments, and we were concerned about the development that was being talked about that would be incompatible. So we shut that geographic area down for 6 months and said, let's plan this and think about the zones, think about the type of development that we want, and then come back and be able to talk articulately with folks about what we want, what we like to see come. With this, I think the biggest question from folks that I work with are gonna be, what literally is the city going to accomplish in 6 months? At the end of 6 months, what do you come back with that puts you in a better position? And if we're doing it just simply to put in a tool to stop developments that we don't want, and it's more because it doesn't feel right, I think we need to be a little bit more succinct with regard to why is it that we're putting in place, and specifically what is it that we can accomplish in 6 months? Because 6 months, I mean, we've been working on a workforce development center for 5 years. We came up with an alternative for that for the county. That started 5 months ago. And we're still in process. So the time frame makes me a little bit nervous because just nothing happens in a day. You know, it takes time. And so from my vantage point, to me, it's all about opportunity. We know there are projects that are testing the system. We know that there are a bunch of broken pieces within the system, within the city, that we need help with. And those are things that we're gonna have to work with constructively and daily to improve and provide more resource to. But do you throw a moratorium out there, or do you set some limits, and when the developers come in, you say, guys, this ain't gonna fly. This is our challenge, these are our problems. I love the idea of the fees. And here's what you have to pay. And make it an equitable partnership where the developers have to come to the table and pay their fair share to come in and make something happen, and they can make their go decision on that. Or to be more nebulous, that, well, we're not gonna accept anything, and even if you've been working for a year on your project, you're gonna sit on your chair for 6 months, given all the other external economic conditions and factors and things that are going on. The message that sends, we're in a very positive economic climate position right now in the coastal bend. To your credit, because of the things that Rockport and Aransas County did since Hurricane Harvey, you stopped it. And it's easy to say say, well, they'll come back. But to reignite that positive momentum sometimes is a little more difficult to do, especially, you know, I've seen more projects blown because somebody comes in and gets a bad taste in their mouth. And says, well, they didn't work with us, and that spreads like wildfire. And so, to me, it's all about the caliber of development, the quality of development. We've gotta be thinking longer term. I'm first one in line. You know, to me, it's crazy. We don't have long-range plans on some of this stuff. And remember, I spent 8 years at the Houston Galveston Area Council, second largest planning council in Texas, in the Community Environmental Planning Department. I'm a big believer in planning. You have to plan to know where you're gonna go. But like Vanessa said, I think we've got a lot of work that we have to do in terms of what do we want? You know, it's easy to say what we don't want, because you guys make those decisions on a weekly basis, a monthly basis. The hard part is figuring out what do we want and what do we have to do to get it? And how do we create those partnerships to make that type of thing happen? So just from a marketing 101, we throw the moratorium out there, and that creates potentially intended, but a lot of unintended consequences that if there's a way for us to work around this, and we will work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with your city and with your staff to support this within the development community and the people we're working with to try and help corral this. But if there's a workaround where we can do this short of a moratorium, we'd love to be a part of that. If you do a moratorium, then we gotta know, what are you gonna have in 6 months that puts you in a better position to where we're not sitting around this table again in 6 months asking the same questions, or more likely uncovering other questions. But then we're gonna say, well, we need another 6 months so we can answer these questions. And then, so, board is working.
Thank you.
And
No, I
Jeff-
think that was helpful.
Jeff's right, and we set out a set of goals that we would, we have to accomplish whatever you do, we've got a set of goals that we've gotta do. If you do the moratorium, we take the time, we get started on the stuff. If you do it for 6 months, we get started. If you put in the fee, the first pack of fees I get, I'm gonna call a professional and say, come do this. I'm gonna call a next professional and say, come do this. So, those are some of the, that's why I'm saying either way, we would be positioned better. And if we do the fee, we can allocate it however we would like.
So can you present us with what your goal is for accomplishing, accomplishments in that 6 month time frame?
Yep.
And then is there also any kind of, if we do the, the fee only option, is there any like increase or negotiation for that fee that we have the ability to bring in more revenue and kind of,
Say that again.
So can we negotiate around the fee that we would charge these developers, or is it a set percentage we cannot? Well, we're gonna be charging them.
I may not understand your question, but the fees that the city council has adopted cannot be negotiated. If we put a development agreement fee, it is negotiable unless council adopts it at an exact rate. Does that answer?
What is the current rate?
Right now, there's no development agreement fee, so the rate is 0.
So can you toss around that number to kind of let us know how we could benefit?
So if I'm just throwing out without doing a good analysis, I'm gonna say $10,000 a house. That's where I would start.
So that's what I'm saying, in 6 months, if we keep this for 6 months, what could we potentially bring in from that?
If you do a moratorium for 6 months, nothing.
Yes, but
If you do the fee, I don't know. We had,
I think that's something.
If you applied it just to 260 homes in one subdivision, so that'd be 260 times 10,000. And then the other one was 1,400 homes.
And those were in the last 6 months,
Those were the last 6
so,
months.
I
And
mean,
we have people that are coming in and kicking the tires. And, they kick the tires, ask us questions about, what's it going to take. If we were to go forth and announce that we're going to initiate a moratorium, they would probably be in within the next 2 weeks, trying to do submittals.
yeah, they'll drop it off on the front porch when we're gone, so.
How long is it gonna take us?
So,
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say they're gonna do the same thing if they find out about impact fees, they're gonna come in before that gets set.
You talking about the development fees or the impact fees?
The development fees, sorry.
So for the impact fees, the assessment or the analysis, whatever you called it, can that be accomplished within 6
no,
months?
it's gonna take us 9 months to a year to do that, they're very clear on that.
So if we do the development agreement fee, writing it down here, I'm trying to get it right in my head. It's not a moratorium, like
It's
what do
not
we
a
call
moratorium.
it? We just say,
It's a higher price to develop here. We're not gonna do a moratorium,
until this, then we can still set the goal, say we're gonna do this until such time as the.
impact fee study is complete. Now, after the impact fee study is complete, we can still negotiate a developer contribution, but it's how much do we wanna get out of it. Thank you, Candace. Sorry, guys, this is how I think. The drainage master plan, the countywide master plan, that's gonna take a year, so we get it started. We need a parks master plan. Gene has to develop something that creates revenue. If we have a parkland dedication, we need to adopt a fee in lieu of, and we need to start collecting those fees, but we can't do that until we have a master plan because they have to be used in areas. Sewer. We gotta get a plan for our lift stations because, well, we gotta get a master plan, that's where we start. We have over 50 lift stations, that's ridiculous, and it's a ridiculous amount of revenue going out. It's expensive to run. Strategic line placement and sizing, we need a plan for that. Ryan and Michael do that with their crayon in 6 months. Underserved area, we've gotta get a plan. We need to do an LUE survey. Does everybody know what a LUE is? Living unit equivalent. I'm making them convert everything into LUEs. They think in gallons, I think in houses. So, one LUE has an assigned amount of water, and that's how we count. So if you have approximately 1 million gallons of sewer is 5,000 houses. So we've got 2,300 more coming, and we can serve 17,000 houses on our sewer plant before we need an upgrade. Actually, back that back, because when you get a 75%, you have an upgrade. So we're converting everything to LUEs. We need an LUE survey. What are we using? What are we spending? Wastewater treatment plants, and we need to restart our Vector program. Okay. This is water. These are all programs we need to work on. Plan for the unserved area. We gotta get our AMI completion. We've got to identify our biggest issues in the line. The meter order, $1 million. October 16th of 2024, we have to have logged all of our water lines and their material. So we have to dig up on the city side and on the customer side.
That's the lead and copper.
Lead and copper. We gotta make a plan. We gotta make a solid plan to get that done in a year, 1 year from now. Every line in the city. Water, how much water do we have access to?
That water, that lead line, isn't that what I sent y'all for the grant?
That's for lead line replacement. Yeah, it's not for the survey that we have to turn in.
That they provided the survey, plus,
They provide the survey. They provide money for the survey.
and the survey,
They'll come do the survey.
correct?
Okay, on it. This is development. We have to get our GIS caught up. We're behind the 8 ball on that. We have to do training. P&Z, ZBA, tree committee. This is the what's in LUE. We have to get a development agreement, standardized resolution and forms. Customer service, we need to update all of our development ordinances and work on a UDC, which is a Unified Development Code. We need to, make sure our standards that we have are, sufficient for today, because I don't know when they were developed. And then we have to do our fee structure. One of the things I used yesterday, we have a tree fee, but it's obviously not high enough because they're still coming and clear cutting the land and paving it. So our tree fee needs to be high enough that they have to think about it before they cut it down. Development fees, impact fees, and our district fee. So, those are all of the things that need to be started and looked at and analyzed in that 6 months.
Okay, now that I'm seeing visually,
We need.
that's all gonna cost money, so let me.
Yeah.
That's all gonna cost money, and
You want me to talk about that?
we're gonna need to get that money from somewhere, so now you're kind of making.
Okay.
That's a lot, that's visually.
So the drainage master plan is gonna be paid for by the county.
Okay, yes, they're doing that one.
They're doing that. The fee structure, we've already hired that. We've hired both of these, so we're okay there. I'm gonna ask Ryan and Mike and his guys to start this. To start on a master plan and start telling us what needs to go where. Then when we have the money to hire someone, they hand that over and say, here's our needs so far, and someone builds on that. Parks master plan, Gene can start on that. But you guys also have to decide what you want to do with your land. Y'all got a lot of land. So, do we want a Yugo trail system? Or do we want a Lexus trail system? Do we want a trail system?
But those impact fees will cover you still have quite a bit that we need money for, we don't have anything.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, 6 months will get us started in-house, because we can breathe. Or if I get the money, I'll hire someone.
That's,
But we also run the risk of nobody coming in, and then we get no money. We're gonna do this and we're gonna start it, whether you give a moratorium or money. These are the things that these guys are gonna be assigned to do in the next year on their performance.
but when Mike's saying there's money, I mean, in the last 6 months, you've already had, quite a significant amount of development come in. If we have that, say, just even average the same amount come in, imagine what those the developers fees come in. A lot of that can get done each one at a time, and that would get done quicker if we just sat there and just twiddled our thumbs for 6 months.
We're not gonna do that
I just
either
mean
way.
getting it started.
We're either gonna get it started in-house or we're gonna have the money to hire it out, one of the two. There's a lot to be done. It is a lot of money, and we ask them to pay half of it up front and half of it at final plat, so we get an influx.
This is on top of running the city already and maintaining.
Right, and we're still gonna do our job.
Yeah, this is with everything else in the queue, all the grants,
Got all this in
everything
the
that's
queue,
going on.
plus that going on, and we did all this yesterday afternoon, just kind of off the seat of our pants, just going to the round table and discussing with key staff members and everything. And, one of the things that I reminded everyone is that prior to Hurricane Harvey, we were just getting to the point where we were beginning to have these discussions and talk about making plans. Harvey came along, and since that time, we've been running around like our hair's on fire, and we haven't had time to sit down and do these things. We've got to make the time, and we've got to do these things. We've got to get all of these plans put together, all these programs put together for the future of this city. And working together, you guys tell us what you want the city to look like, and then we go out and we initiate these plans to make it happen. But we haven't had the time to sit down and even have this discussion. And we're chasing our tail, and the COVID thing with the supply chain issues and, the inability to get the meters and detail pieces and everything, that's got us scared to death. We've got all these houses in the queue, and we can't get just a small brass pipe We can't get that coming in. We can't get the meters coming in. We can't get the transmitters coming in. If they build these houses and they're sitting there and there's no way for us to hook them up to our water system, those people are losing tremendous amount of money and it makes us look terrible. You know, we've got to figure out a way to do something and we've got to have an alternative plan. If we can't get the meter that we need to have a meter to put in the ground.
So I don't mean to cut you off, but we've been down this several times already. I don't know that we need to rehash the justification. At this point, is it a year, is it 6 months, is it a development fee, let's move on.
Or is it
You made your point, Mike, I mean, I really don't wanna sound rude, but you sold us, we know there's a problem. So what do we do for the next 6 months? That's the question at the table, right?
What do we do for the next year is the question at the table.
So just for last clarification, the development fees can go toward all of that as well as the CMP.
Let's call it the developer contribution.
Okay.
Can go to all of that, including the general fund.
And the idea is to ask for half of it upfront at 10, potentially per.
Half of it up front and half of it at final plat. Brad, you're turning red.
I'm breathing.
Okay. Jeff?
Last comment, I'll keep my mouth shut the rest of the day, but
Doubt it.
I make that promise all the time.
one of the things that I would, you pull the strings. One of the things that I put up on the board is the development agreement itself. And there's a paradigm shift that I think we have an opportunity for, and I may be speaking out of turn because I know that Mike and Terry and others have been doing this, but you have a 380 development agreement policy now for the city. And I think all of you are familiar with 380 agreements. The 380 is very simple. Out of the local government code, chapter 380 is the shortest chapter in the book.
Yep.
But what it does is allow cities, municipalities to basically grant or give things in the name of economic development. And to me, that's where I'd like to have the conversation as this matures. Is there a paradigm shift where we can use that development agreement platform more constructively? Because when I hear people talk about 380 agreements, it's always on the incentive side, the corporate welfare and this is the handout. But the 380 agreement by design gives the municipality the ability to negotiate with the developers for their projects.
Right.
And it's not just what are we giving the developers, what is the city extracting out from the development to the benefit of the city? And so within that structure, you may have even a little more flexibility without some of the legal ramifications of impact fees or specific nomenclature. It's where you could sit down. Mike's points that everybody knows, the key, we gotta communicate it up front. When we're talking about project development, we've got to talk about it up front, so everybody's got the same information. And then look to see how do we capture the things that we need from the city, how do we help the developers go forward, so.
Okay, we're ordering lunch, just so you know, because obviously
I'm
we're gonna be
dying.
So, let's go back to Danielle, let's make our decision now, let's get this, let's go back to what Danielle said, you have 3 options on the table. Now that I've seen this visually, a visual person, you're visually showing me.
Same.
I do think that impact fees might be the best option.
Nope.
I think
Developer contribution.
Developer contribution.
It's hard, right?
The developer contribution is gonna be a better option, it would put less, actually, I'm thinking about it now, we can hire people and get those fees done, do that, would actually put less burden on the staff when we have doing it.
We're gonna have to hire someone eventually.
Yes,
So.
you'll still have to do work, I'm not saying, but, I guess I'm now kind of leaning towards the other part of it, just for that reason, seeing all that you guys have to get done.
And with the developer contribution, it may just slow down the work a little bit, which still gets you what you wanted to begin with.
And that's perfect.
You're not saying no, you're just saying.
This is the cost.
No one can say that the 1999 rate is correct. I mean.
Every
no
developer
one-
that comes in, I guarantee you, they will pay it.
Yeah.
They are laughing all the way to the bank right now.
So realistic, what is the timeline that you can get that in front of us? So as soon as they hear that we're gonna start doing that, they're gonna start.
I can't do it next Tuesday. Cause today's Thursday, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I think, do not quote me on this. I think anything that comes in now, I have the ability to negotiate a contribution, period. I think also for you guys to do a set rate, I'll have it in 2 weeks, if you wanna do a set rate. If you want to leave it at the discretion of the city manager to negotiate that rate, I think we may not need to do anything.
My concern, I trust that you will negotiate in good faith.
I know.
Anytime we get to a point where we're doing exceptions or there's any room for wiggle, it's gonna be exploited or the accusation is going to exist. There's no reason for you to take that hit, nor do I want it to come back to council and we pick and choose winners and losers. That's not right. So I would much prefer you bring in a recommendation.
I'm for the set rate.
And then the exception would be, hey, this kind of is outside the model of what this market analysis was. You need to come back and the exception is more, not the exception is less, or something to that degree.
Let me roll back something I said a minute ago. I said $10,000 a house. What I should have said is $10,000 an LUE. Because one apartment is 0.75, depending on the bedrooms. Or a business is even less because they're not high water and sewer users. So $10,000 an LUE, it would equal a house. But there are other things on that spectrum. Sorry, I just want to clarify that. So.
Well, and the last, one last comment, and then I want to hear Brad, because he's been holding his breath for 30 minutes. So for me, the developer contribution fee at a set rate allows us to do what we needed to accomplish, which was potentially slow down, but to ensure that we are managing the development. I don't want to say control, I don't like that word, managing the development in a way that makes sense. We're ensuring that we're not throwing paper water, we've got the infrastructure. And we're not using the word moratorium, but it is a strong message to our friends that we need help, right? I mean, if you don't want us to go to moratorium, which we don't want to, we're all gonna have to step up.
I'm gonna give everybody a Post-it note.
We'll give 4 or 5 of them. This is more than just staff. This is
It's
the county, the school district, all the other governmental entities saying, look, we are at a critical juncture. We've recognized, hey, we have a problem.
And if
We're
you
gonna work
want
the plan,
growth,
but if y'all don't help, it's on the table.
The development contribution for 6 months or 1 year?
the development contribution will be until our impact fee study is complete and adopted.
Could be 18 months. I mean,
Realistically, they just take time. So I'm hearing a lean towards that.
Thanks. As I started with, when you brought up the contribution, I am much more comfortable with that because it gives the developer still the ability to proceed.
It's an option.
With, as, you know, if it makes sense for me, then yes, I will write the city a check. It gives us money up front to start chipping away at the Post-it notes, not just necessarily in-house, you know, by engaging a consultant or whatever, to start chipping away at some of these things that we've needed for years. As Jeff spoke to, the stigma that could put on us is it could leave a bad taste in people's mouth, and they just say, well, I'll go next door, which sometimes may not be a bad idea. Go ahead, we'd love for you to. But I don't think we want that stigma attached to us with a stop sign.
With a full bag of Skittles?
My bag's empty. we need to manage our growth. We don't want to be like some of our neighbors that have exploded and are now catching up, we're catching up, but they're deeper in the hole than we are. You know, they're really behind on some of their things. But putting a stop sign out there, I think that puts a bad image on Rockport.
So I think if, we've heard that word before and had discussions and fully understood what all those pros and cons, those that live here who are investing here and building here, we have a better idea what that's gonna feel like for us as a community. I've got friends that, are building and, I've gotta face them face to face and say, at some point, this is gonna hit your pocketbook. It's not just the investor, it's the guy building the house and doing the skills and the trades and all that. Since it's such a new concept, new concept, the first time we're hearing it, I'm less hesitant to support it on 2 days' notice.
Moratorium?
Yeah.
Agreed.
I'm more apt to support a public statement, right? A public statement that we all agree there's a problem. These are the options on the table. We're not gonna roll all the way to the nuclear option just yet. But we can hopefully meet the requirements and get caught up.
I'm incredibly comfortable with that. I'm incredibly comfortable with, I'm gonna go with Jeff. A moratorium is the nuclear option. I needed you guys to realize that there's a severe lack of information for our guys to work with. I didn't throw it out there just, for shock value, but that is the nuclear option. And I've always had other options in my mind. The fee in lieu of is gonna do exactly what you said. It's gonna slow it down, which is what we want. It's gonna give the developer a choice. You can either pay the fee and develop now, or you can wait till the fee study's done and pay whatever the new fee is. Good luck on which one's higher. We get the influx of cash, we can plug our shortfall in our general fund. We can build up our reserves if we need to. Our reserves are hanging around low threes, high twos. That's scary, y'all. That is scary. We'll get to that in a minute, but if someone comes in and puts in money, we have options of what to do with it. So I like it.
I agree. My concern when we first got in here is, like I said, I can listen to the word and I know what it does to people. And we all know that the people that we deal with that are coming in and wanting to develop right now are very important to us because we know they're going to be coming anyway and it needs to be managed properly. The perception of reality, what they hear us say and the way they take it is real to them. If we say moratorium, there are people that will show up and fall out and walk out saying, don't know who we're gonna do business with next week, but it won't be here. And I don't wanna see that. If what we can do takes care of the issues we've got, in talking with Vanessa, I know that there are things that the city should have been doing in the past that they haven't done lately, and it has cost us. And there's nothing, we can't go back and undo that, so we have to deal with it now. And I much prefer being able to sit and talk with people and explain to them what the issue is, and if it comes to a developer agreed fee, that's a great thing. If we can talk and say, here's the problem we've got, here's what we need from you, and they do it. It's a benefit to us, and it probably takes care of the issue that we have in trying to catch up with where we should be. And I have no problem at all with that. I can support that fully. Again, as you say, the minute you say moratorium, you got people dying.
It's true.
And just as soon as I see that, I haven't seen that in council meetings before, but I'm old. So, it hasn't been lately, thank God. But yes, I could support that a lot easier than I could the other, but I would support 6 months if that's what we need to do.
So, going forward, I think I hear everybody in support of the fee. Is that what I heard from you, or that,
Contribution.
that's right, contribution?
Yeah, developer contribution.
So,
It's right here.
you got it.
Scratched out the other one.
Excuse me, developer contribution, that is a route we would like to go. I, agree with we're putting out a statement. I don't know what that looks like. I'm probably not the best person to craft that either, but we'll put out something, because I'll be like, hey, we got a problem.
I have no doubt the good news is gonna travel fast.
My only thing is.
It will be on Facebook.
You know, can we do, if we were to assume the contributions, I feel like we should be transparent with our prioritization of where we're going to place that money.
So if we get a developer contribution of that level, I'm gonna come to council with recommendations. I don't get to plug it in.
Yeah, I just don't want it, like, you know, the transfer being made here. I feel like we should prioritize what needs to be done first, in what order, and how to account that money towards those goals.
Well, yes, we have our CIP, which that's basically our prioritization.
I mean, a lot of those are not within this.
Right, on these. I agree. Okay.
And, you know, as we've seen in some of our past budgets, if it goes in the general fund, it goes somewhere.
Right.
It goes, it's like sending pictures into the cloud. Not real
Right.
sure where it goes, but it's there.
So I'm gonna tell you that's not how we work anymore.
I know, and I appreciate.
Every dollar
and
has a name. Little Dave Ramsey on y'all.
I'm glad, but.
We're not
you know,
gonna do that.
With these.
But because it's been done, you know, we should be really transparent and organized with how we move forward so that they understand it's being done different.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. The minute we get a check of $1 million or whatever, I'm gonna come to you and say, I would like to spend this money on these things. I don't have the discretion to spend that much money. So I'm gonna come in and say, we have prioritized these things, or these are the things we've gotten done in-house. These are the things we need to do out-house. So, yes, if we get a payment like that, you guys get to decide, not me. You know, we may come in and say we wanna spend half of it to up our reserves. We wanna spend half to up our reserves, we wanna spend half on projects or on plans or, you know.
But at this point, every time a development fee a developer contribution comes in, we're gonna be having a conversation and.
That is correct.
Amongst 5 of us to pick whose projects or whose priorities get what.
We're gonna come in, staff is gonna come in unified.
Okay.
That's how we work. We sit around this table and we decide as a whole.
You'll come with a fully formed recommendation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because it might change. I can tell you today, probably what we wanna do. First thing we wanna do is the water master plan. Second thing we wanna do is sewer master plan. Then we can start talking about all this other stuff. Oh, wait, first thing we wanna do is order meters. You know, and start finding brass.
I'm good with that.
But
I'm
see,
okay
we've got it,
yeah.
but it's gonna change by the time we get some money.
And I'm okay with the fact that we get the chance to weigh in and change, but I feel more comfortable knowing that you coming in with a recommendation, we're just discussing off that.
And it'll be a mix. It'll be some off of that request list that you didn't fund. It might be a CIP. It might be a road. You know, it might be a water line that Ryan's been hounding me for.
Well, at least we have a chance, staff-wise, and to tell you the reason why.
Right, yeah.
And it might be a compliance issue, it might be something that's just a dark cloud that's been over us for 20 years. I mean, we all collectively get to talk about this,
Yeah.
and I think that's great.
That's just how we're gonna roll.
Not
And
just
then,
put it on one person on how to spend it, that's all we're
Yeah.
going to do.
and then we'll bring you a recommendation and you can tell us to take a hike.
The idea that development contribution and everything, my analogy of how things have worked in the past is a developer comes in and they've got this grandiose idea for a project. And of course, they're a developer and their goal is the monetary gain that they're going to get out of everything else. And a lot of times we have a conversation with them and we explain to them what the rules and regulations are. And they come in and they want to stuff, 100 houses on a small piece of land. And we tell them you can't do that, you have to scale it back. Well, that drops their bottom line. But they have to meet all the requirements and everything else. The development fee is something that they can work back into their project and pass that cost on to the buyers, if you will.
You know, another thing is,
It's business.
it's business, but we've never said no.
Right.
And we've got to learn to say no. That's why your P and Z is getting training. I don't think they understand the power that they wield, whatever the word is. Because they need to be vetting this stuff and seeing if it's right for our community. And they need to be making a solid recommendation to you guys. They don't need to be a yes board. So they're gonna get some training. We're paying for that.
Like you said, what do we want our community to look like?
Right.
Do we want it to look like 100 houses that are on 3,000-foot lots? No, I don't want it to look like that.
And I know
But-
we have a master plan.
But, and that comes at the staff level, whenever the developer comes in and says, hey, I want high density, and you say,
Well,
it doesn't work real well for us here, but.
let me back that up a little bit for you. If they come in and they meet all the requirements.
Certainly.
Staff can't say no.
Can't say
I
no.
can't deny them their hearing from P and Z and council.
Correct.
It's up to you boards to say, meh, you can do that, but you know what? We're gonna need your development agreement to say that you have to put all brick siding,
Yeah.
3 sides brick,
No,
whatever.
I get it.
You guys have the opportunity to develop those things, and like I said, you gotta decide what your community you want it to look like, and what you want Jeff to chase. So, there's just a whole mindset shift to be implemented. So, what I would like to do, if you guys, I've heard you all, I appreciate it. On the second meeting this month, August, I'll have an ordinance or a resolution to implement a developer's fee at some price per LUE. Until then, I would like your permission to negotiate a developer contribution individually at $10,000 an LUE. Is that all right? So when they start flooding in?
Just a parliamentary question, can we make?
You're not making a decision.
Okay.
We're just simply saying to go.
You can say, hey, that's a good idea, or Vanessa, I don't think you should do that.
Okay,
That sounds good.
great idea.
Okay, fantastic.
Just for me, when you bring back the 10,000, some type of justification.
Right, so we'll do the area LUE survey, what the price is, and we're gonna find a reasonable number. Our
It doesn't have to be very reasonable.
Right.
Just justify it.
It'll be justified. It'll be justified.
Defendable.
Well,
I mean, we don't have,
I can ask them for.
Brad said earlier, no is okay, and we don't necessarily want everybody.
Right.
And we don't have to be cheaper than everybody either, So just-
We can ask them for $1 million in LUE.
Yeah.
I
Needs to
mean,
be reasonable.
also
Right.
It needs to be reasonable.
I can do
and-
brain
and
surgery, but you may not like
Base it
the
off of
result.
something that's happening in our area, so we can see
Right.
where we benchmark from.
It will be. 10,000 is completely arbitrary right now until we get something in front of council. I keep looking at you and
Makes
it's
a
not.
good math
He's
number.
like,
Even I can do that
parks,
math.
man. 10,000, we'll start there. When we get something in front of council, it'll be reasonable.
Sounds good.
You said you weren't saying anything else.
I have to close with just 3 quick points. One, if you've heard me talk in the last year, the one thing that I preach routinely is now is the time for us to be more selective, not less. With regard to our commitment to you, we put our money where our mouth is. I think most of you know this, but last year our board made a conscious decision. You approved funding for the partnership, and we elected not to seek that funding. And we've continued that into this next budget year, and we've done that, one, because we want to become your partner, but two, because we understand the financial times that you're in, and that's part of our commitment to you. And three, we're all in. And I told this to Vanessa, anything we can do, we're highly coachable. So we're standing ready where we can help, whatever we can do, we want to help you do that. So use this as much or as little as you want, but we want to help on this, so open door.
And I spoke to a couple of you about this yesterday. We've got to get a message to Jeff about what we want and what we want him to see. Because if we say we want workforce housing, and he goes and finds workforce housing, and we say, ooh, wait, we didn't really want that workforce housing. He's done his job, we haven't done ours. Okay? Boom, great. I don't know what you're getting for lunch, and I don't know when it'll be here, but it will be.
they will be considering as the tax rate. I believe that's how it's stated.
Is there specific wording?
Yeah,
We have to get that
because you're
wording.
not adopting anything until the budget is done.
Okay,
Write it like you want me to say it.
so,
Got it in there.
so these two handouts go in conjunction with each other, okay? So maybe you wanna put, well, you can do what you want, but I'll be referring back and forth. So this year, keep in mind, we do not have our evaluations. So all of this is just real squishy. And when we can get our evaluations, we'll firm it up, but.
I'm good.
Okay, so when you look at these numbers, don't come back and say, you told me it's gonna be this. When we get our valuations, we'll plug it back in. But as stated, I have to present you a budget and you have to adopt or whatever consideration of a rate on Tuesday. Now, this is gonna give us a roadmap for kind of where we're going, and we'll talk about that. But don't write this in stone. Okay? All right, here we go. So, our current tax rate is 0.378,149. The options for us to adopt are the no new revenue rate, which is, I'm not gonna go there, the voter approved rate, the de minimis rate, or the voter approved rate with an unused increment. Now, all three of those rates are lower than our current tax rate. So if you're looking in this page, that new rate is right here for each one of these, okay? And then if we go down further, this is where things go, how we get down there. We take out the frozen, we collect about 98%, and then it's split up between INS and M&O. So that is this revenue allocation by fund. Your M&O is what's gonna go into the general fund. Additional revenue from last year is down here in the bottom. So if we do no new revenue tax rate, our rate goes down to 0.323639. Our M&O, which is our general fund, actually goes down from what we got last year. And our INS goes up, and we receive $220,864, which is a 2.7% increase in revenue. Okay, now that we've done that, if we go down to the next, am I being too basic?
No.
No, ma'am.
We're good? Okay. If we go down to the residential taxpayer impact, if you adopt the no new revenue rate, the average taxable home value taxes will go down approximately $166 per 100, no, total. I was like, wow, that's gonna be a big number. Okay, so does everybody understand how the sheet reads? Okay, so now I'm gonna throw a kink in it. If we go past this black line, so on this half of the sheet, this is with a proposed buy down. And let me tell you about that. Some of these put our INS higher than we need to pay our debt. We can take that amount of money from our reserves and buy down our interest rate, buy down our...
The debt that we show that gets calculated into the INS rate.
Right, so we buy it down and we only pay the debt that we owe. We don't take this extra that it causes. and then we put it back into our general fund. Does that make sense? You want me to try that again? Okay. This side we're gonna call this the buy down side. So if I'm over here on this one puts our INS debt at $3,930,000, whatever. That's more money than we need to pay on our debt this year. That's about 100,000 more. Just let's talk in big round numbers. So what I can do is take $100,000 out of my general fund, my reserves.
We can pledge some money out of our debt reserve. Doesn't mean that we'll need it, but we can pledge to lower the debt that we're gonna pay. That's
Good
gonna get charged to
job.
the rate. So it'll lower the rate, and since the levy is dispersed on a weighted average, more of the levy goes to general fund, or to M&O, and a little less goes to I.
Right, so we take that difference basically, and we're allowed to put it in the general fund. That's the simplistic value. But it also reduces the tax rate that we pay. We're essentially buying down the tax rate. So let's compare. No new revenue, tax rate on this side is 0.323639, sorry. In the buy down, it's 0.32, oh, it's the same. Sorry, maybe the next one's different. Yeah, so if you go to the voter approved rate, it goes down a little bit. It goes down a little bit more, and then it goes down the most in the unused increment. The voter approved rate with the unused increment. So, I know last year, you guys believed that you took your whole increment. Either you didn't take the whole or we generated a new. I don't know what the perspective is. But we have an increment that if we do not use, we lose it. So, if we do the unused increment with the buy down, your tax rate is 0.360078. And the average home buyer's taxes reduce $55. Okay? Tell me what questions you have.
What does this look like for future debt, or debt service, not new debt, but buying down our current?
We're not buying down our current debt. We're only paying what we owe.
Instead of building up an.
Instead of building up an INS reserve.
Okay, so it's not paying anything off earlier.
No. Okay, so we'll put this aside, and then we'll pick up this next one with the general fund that we presented was about $1.5 million short, right? Okay, so this is how each of those rates affect the general fund. So it's all gonna be kind of the same numbers across the board. Also remember that we upped the sales tax 100,000, so that's in there. What else did we do? Did we make any other changes to the general fund?
I apologize, I was trying to
I
find that.
didn't, the only thing I included here was the $100,000 increase for the sales tax, and then whatever the changes would be off of the different tax.
Okay, so with no buy down, we would go, on this one, we will go further in the hole. Because it actually reduces, remember, it reduces our M&O, maintenance and operations. So we go further in the hole here. If you go across all the way, you can see where we land in the general fund based on the tax collection.
What is the amount of the unused?
I can get that right now. What is that unused increment?
He's looking for it.
Yes.
It is 0.001 .01640.
Can you repeat that one more time?
.017640.
So proposed budget, you can see what the effect is on the general fund. You can see what the effect is on the tax rate up at the top of this page. That's why they go together. And then you can also see the effect on the homeowner on the bottom of this page. I'm going to throw out there that the no new revenue rate is not really gonna be an option for us because it reduces our M&O, period. And we can't take a reduction in that. So that's my,
Legally can't, or you bleed?
say that again?
Is it illegal you can't, or is it just bleeding and
Well,
you can't make?
no, bleeding, we
Okay,
can't.
I just want
Yeah.
to clarify on that. Okay.
Absolutely. We can't go further in the hole, because if we do that, we're gonna have to take $1.8 million, almost 1.9, out of our reserves that are low threes, high twos.
Do I read this correctly, that even if we do the unused increment, we're still, and the buy down rate, we are still 830, 427 in the hole?
Yes.
So that would have to come out of reserves.
Yep.
And is that 830, 427 including our additional asks?
No new programs.
So 830 plus 15
Well, whatever you wanna pick out of that.
to fund the additional.
Correct. Also, we don't have that 10% protested. It's not gonna be enough to make up for it, but just keep that in the back of your mind. And we don't have the certified rolls. Now, Lorenzo brought this up this morning. This could all tank between now and August 24th, and we're gonna have to come back and revisit this. Because right now, we're at the behest of the tax assessor collector. We are working with the numbers we have. And if we say it's 834.27, it might really be 992, or it might be 750. You know, it's
It's not gonna be zero,
a pin on a map. It's not gonna be zero.
and it's not gonna be plus, it's not gonna be in the black.
You know what? That is one of the things that I pray for at night, that we get a windfall. So,
So at 8:30, I mean, we go back through the budget, I mean, we nickel and dime every budget in there.
Absolutely.
10, 20, but it's still gonna be really hard to make up that 8:30.
so we sat with, I'm sure that y'all have heard this before, but we sat with every department and we nickeled and dimed them. And basically asked, what do you need to provide the same level of service this year as you did last year? And so, yes, we will nickel and dime. We'll nickel and dime some more. But you're right, it will not, I can't find $1 million in a, what is it, a $5 million budget?
Unless we
What's
don't
the
buy-
general
unless
fund?
we don't buy the meters and Mike Donovan loses the rest of his hair.
That's in the water fund, not affected by sales
So-
tax.
No, that's a good point.
I know last, 2 days ago, we talked about last, 22-23 budget, spend it all. Is there any way to capture some savings from today till October
Yes.
1?
No, so we've already done that too, and the number that we gave you is the $550,000 short. That is, so we balanced at zero. But that $550,000 that we already have to take from the fund balance is for the wind insurance and the unrolled over country club money. So,
Adjusted it yesterday, there was spending some additional funds of $125,000.
yeah, some things have come up. We tried to zero it out, projected where we were gonna be. But yes, no.
So we don't, okay.
Yeah.
There's no turnips out there to squeeze?
There's not. Ryan, Okay,
I
so
can't squeeze them.
right, we have the sheet, we know how to read the sheet, let's go get our lunch, digest. Everybody's hungry. Let's digest, look it over, start eating, and then we'll hit it again, okay?
Excellent job, ladies. I know, he's still sitting there.
Officers, you last.
Okay, so everybody's had a chance to kind of look over and digest. Do you want to ask questions? Do you want a recommendation? You tell me what you want.
Recommend something to us.
Great. I recommend that we do over here, the voter approved rate with the unused increment and the buy down. That gives us, crap. Hold on. That puts our deficit down to $830,427, which we will transfer from reserves in the official budget on Tuesday because we have to balance. But this also gives us, I think it's the most bang for our buck on putting the tax rate at 0.36 down from 0.378. We go down to 0.360, and then we go on the average house, the tax will go down $55. That's my recommendation. There's other options. We need to fund our services. There you go.
I think for a lot of years that I've been around, we have had times that we had an opportunity to do things like that that would have helped with some of our infrastructure maintenance and so forth, and we haven't done. And the fact that we didn't do it when we had the opportunity means that we couldn't catch up in the years following that. And I believe that any rate that we set that gives the public a cut in what they're paying, and also allows us to build up reserve to take care of things like streets and right-of-ways and drainage and things like that that are not budgeted for but have to be handled annually in the budget. I think that is it's important for us to do, and I think it sets a good policy for the council to do that and be prepared for things that we don't expect. But that's my opinion from back in the past.
So one thing that we need to add into this that we've not addressed is merit and COLA raises. I have a suggestion for that, if you would like that. If not, I'll entertain suggestions. I think that maybe this year we don't do a merit or a COLA, but we do a one-time payment based on your performance review. And maybe there's 3 classes, and just do a one-time payment, because if you increase pay, you increase the overtime rate, you increase what you're gonna have to pay next year. And I don't necessarily think we're in a position to do something like that.
Do you guys have a tier system? Or is it each year they just have gotten a certain percentage?
So my first year here was last year, and they did a large COLA to kind of catch up. It's my understanding that in the past they have done performance-based and or COLA or both, and the performance-based has been a percentage based on what was allowable in the budget. Does that make sense? So maybe they said, we're gonna give you 3% of all payroll for performance, and then we divvy it out based on performance.
Vanessa, if I may, in case you can chime in, the performance-based evaluation is based on step increases. It's not percentages, it's steps.
That's right.
And it's usually, since I've been here for 10 years, the average has been a 2 to 3 step increase, and a 3-step increase would be just under 3%. In some years, you were given a 2% cost of living increase, and you were able to get up to a 3-step increase based upon performance. And then it was the manager's and the director's responsibility to manage that step increase accordingly. If I had a high performer and I wanted to give that person a 4-step increase, then it means that I have to reevaluate everyone else. If you have underperformers, they don't get anything, and they get put on a performance improvement plan, and we move it that way.
I will say, over the last week especially, I've been inundated with, someone doing a research on who's doing what with their COLA, or vice versa, the incentive thing. Most cities are doing a 3 to 5 COLA, or they're doing a merit increase. There are a few who are doing both, but, most are doing a 3 to 5, depending on the size of their city and what they can afford. Not all, there's a few falling in below that. I'm just saying, if you
Right.
are looking at the market and what.
The CPI is
Stay
8%.
competitive and,
Nobody can do 8%.
no.
And so that's my suggestion, a one-time one-time payment. I have dollar figures in mind, if y'all want those, if you wanna come up with it. I don't have a total for what it would be, but someone could probably do it quickly-ish. I would say if you're underperforming, you really don't get anything, and you get put on the performance plan. We gotta normalize average. I hired you to be average, so if you're average, you get 1,000. If you're above average, you get 1,500. So we have 150 employees. Would you just give me an average if we did? So do 1,200 times 150.
Me and my fingers.
What? 180,000. We can back that down. I'm just throwing out numbers. You know, I love our people. I will tell you, they've been busting their butts to get this stuff done, to do the things that they do. I love them dearly. I truly do. They're like my family now. We just aren't in a position to do a percentage increase right now.
Well, looking back at last year, we were able to give a COLA, we were able to give a pretty reasonable COLA given that where everybody else in the region was falling, so, you know, nothing's getting cheaper for our employees, it's not getting cheaper to live, totally get that, but we were exceptionally fair last year. So not doing it this year, you know, it hopefully doesn't sting as bad, by giving them at least some incentive and showing that we still do absolutely appreciate them, but given everything that we've talked about over the last 2 days of this workshop, everybody's gotta recognize we're in a pinch mode, and we just can't give it away.
Well, I wanna say something just from an HR standpoint, standing up for my people. You're gonna have a lot of people upset, with one way or the other, because, I've been here 5 years. 4 of those 5 years, they did both merit and COLA. Last year, we did just a COLA. This year, we're doing a one-time pay. I would say if you do that, next year, you've gotta do at least some kind of percentage, because.
Well, and sorry to interrupt
I
you.
understand.
Go ahead and be upset. We're doing the best we
No, I
can.
understand, I'm just saying.
And if our very
So
best
we're gonna
isn't
have-
good enough, then maybe this isn't the best place for you.
I'm saying,
So, this
I
is-
just know, I've
Never
had
got
questions this year when we cut out the merit, it was like, well, what happened? And we've tried to explain and say, hey, look, this is what,
You know, I think I understand, this trickles down through every part of our budget if you look at it, because this, if you guys, we don't standardize something, I'm not saying this year, but moving forward, this process isn't standardized into a tier system where you get a certain amount, you get a certain percentage every year, and then a payout if you haven't hit above that. There's a lot of ways to manage it and standardize it. However, it's gonna affect your recruitment, your overtime that falls into your budget because you lose employees based on retention. So it does affect the budget in a sense. I think it needs to be standardized, and it shouldn't be something that's decided every single year though. And that may also, I mean, think about how it will if you don't do something this year, and I know that we are constrained, but how is that gonna affect recruitment moving forward when there's no incentives there? You're gonna have a problem with recruiting good employees because the incentive is lost, and that's through all department bases.
I would love to give everybody a 3% or a 3% merit, or, you know, I would love to have it standardized.
It's just
The challenge with the COLA is you can't back it out. I mean, once you give somebody a COLA, it's theirs forever as long as they work for you. versus a merit, which could be adjusted, so we could reevaluate the budget next year and look at it. I'm having a really hard time with employees who think that a COLA is there. I know, you're the messenger, but I've worked in government positions for almost 2 decades, and I've only received a couple of COLAs ever
Right.
in my career.
Exactly.
So,
Well, and I'm not
This
saying
is more
particularly
merit-based.
the COLA. I would say if you were picking one over the other, probably the merit base is the one to pick, because they feel like, look, I worked hard all year and look what I got for it. It's a little bit of a, and I know,
Yeah.
the one-time payment's kind of doing that. And I'm not saying don't do the one-time payment, I'm just saying be prepared, we're gonna have a lot of.
And one-time
questions.
payments are pretty common, I mean.
I do want to say we have a very standardized step system, and that's what we play in. So however much money we're given from the budget, we play in that step system. I don't want you to think it's all,
Yeah.
you get 100, you get 100. We have a very, very structured, in my mind, too structured step system. So when we go through the budget process, then we decide how much we can allot to the step system. I'm not saying, I know what you're saying, I'm just saying we're not just flying at the seat of our pants.
Well, and I'm very, very conscious when we bring on new people to make sure we're staying within reasonable offers and not bringing in someone that should be, it's an entry-level position and bringing them in at manager pay. So I'm very conscious of trying to keep those numbers down too, because I understand, again, budget is budget, and we can't just bring in people wherever we want.
Yeah.
So,
to me, it's a better incentive to be able to show employees that you have a chance to actually move through your grade.
Right.
Because of that positive performance.
right.
And it hurts when the next guy gets hired in at a higher rate than, you had or whatever.
Right.
I think it's also important for kind of the team to remember, this is also you working through job descriptions, making sure that people are getting paid what they
We're doing that.
should.
And doing what they've been hired to do.
Right.
We're doing that every day. Every day. It's a reevaluation of somebody's job description, where they are in the step system. A new hire, a new hire might come in higher than the guy that's working in it because he has more qualifications and he's gonna bring more to the job.
Why are you looking at me again?
Well, if you want an answer to that, no.
And just FYI too, that 180,000 was mentioned, plus your TMRS and your FICA, you're at 225 and some change.
Okay, we'll have to pay those things.
I just say it's a tough job market out there too. I mean, it's good to find good applicants. Then you bring them on and then they leave. That turnover rate kills you because there's a lot of effort and expense.
I'm still listening, I'm just getting more happy.
What was, allocated last year?
We got a 5% COLA last year, correct?
Yes.
It was much higher than what most areas, most were getting in the region.
Riverside did 15.
15. See what you say?
They were the exception.
Yeah.
I said Ingleside did 15 last year, but they were the exception.
Kimberly, what would it do if we took that number and we ate the tax on it? So the employee that is getting $1,000 gets $1,000, not $1,000 minus his tax rate. What if we paid that tax? Don't shake your head at me, we can do it.
It would mean a lot more to the employee to see that $1,000 than to see 900 and something.
It's really not bad if you think about
Right,
your
right.
earnings being a quarter on your pay rate, maybe you
Mhm.
add that out over, it's $520-ish a
Can
year.
you do that?
You're
Or-
potentially at 1,000, now you're not increasing your TMRS contributions or anything for this year, but it's still a really good incentive for your employee, even though it's a budget goal that you do.
And the incentive for the employee is, like Nikki's saying, that $1,000 over all those 26 pay periods. You don't see it, so you spend it. You get $1,000 in hand, you go, I can finally go buy or get my car fixed.
And if everybody gets their evaluations in, I'll give it right at Christmas.
Well, the evaluation thing not set till January, but I
Well-
can reschedule if you would like.
Well,
That would be really nice.
so, and I don't, because each person's in different tax brackets.
It's okay.
Basically, what I'm doing doubling TMRS and FICA,
Yeah, do that for me.
it comes up to 271.
271 for us to pay an average of all employees, either $1,000 or $1,500 based on your performance, for us to pay the required taxes and for us to pay their income tax on it. Does that make sense? I'm shooting from the hip on that extra stuff.
So $1,500 check really is with benefits.
$1,000, well, assuming everyone was at 1,200, the medium, 150 employees, started out at 180,000. The first round of TMRS and FICA put us at 225, and by guesstimating, by doubling those, we're at 271.
Do you understand where I was going at with the
Right,
logic?
if I
So I
give you
$1,000,
$1,000,
but I'm paying
it
all your
actually
taxes.
cost me
I'm giving you.
$1,500.
Yeah.
Not that much.
Does that
but-
include?
Does that make sense?
When you're saying that,
Yeah.
like, does that include part-time people? Cause that number 150 includes.
Well, we have
40
100
lifeguards.
We have 100 and, right at 140 something full-time, and then if you put it all together with part-time, we have about 175 or 76
No.
now.
We are not giving lifeguards $1,000 bonus.
They got returned.
They got a return, they got a big bonus to come back
Yeah,
for
they
retention.
get a retention, they get to move up a step if they come back.
Just.
Oh, yeah, they get to move up a step in the plan if they come back, so that's a policy. They get an automatic raise for coming back, so.
So Vanessa, check my crazy, we're at 830,000 in the hole, so now you're at another 200 and something on top of that, 271.
Yeah.
And that's no, none of the,
No new incentives.
projects, none of
No
the
new
new
initiatives.
initiatives, that's not picking any of those. I
No.
mean, you pick and choose from them, but.
And if we roll that back where they pay the taxes, that reduces it some.
Trying to think of how I've had it happen to me in the past, where it was a one-time lump sum payment, not a COLA, but just a one-time lump sum. And I don't recall taxes and,
I just throwing it out there.
no, I don't recall taxes and retirement being applied to it. Now, I don't know if that was something in the back that the
It
city ate.
depends on what they call it and what,
Yeah.
how it's said. I mean,
It can't be, because we can't give bonuses.
We are not giving a bonus.
I know.
Give an incentive.
And it's, so whatever you call it, if there's a way to do it without the income tax.
I would
And
have to say your fire and EMS have a little bit more leeway.
it was citywide. It was, yes, ma'am.
We have an opportunity, we would have to pay, we're gonna have to pay those federal taxes. I don't know about TMRS, but we're gonna have to pay income tax,
The FICA.
the FICA, whatever that is, federal income tax, and there's one other one. We're gonna have to pay those, whatever we put out. Either we're gonna pay it or they're gonna pay it.
I say that to say that, if the city says, hey, we're gonna give you $1,000, I can't remember what we call it, but we got it at Christmas. Or a $1,500, what it was, salary reserve, that's what we called it, salary reserve. That's the word, but, you actually realized that amount. It was on your check, is that?
Please hold.
I'll have to research that.
It actually does, and it's dollar for dollar to do an extra holiday, because, whether they're working or they get paid for working.
Give them that Juneteenth and give them one personal day.
We talked about doing a floating holiday for your birthday.
Okay,
But,
crappy idea, never mind.
well, no, but
Well, I'd suggested to Vanessa a floating holiday because you have employees who would like to celebrate non-traditional, and it's not really right not to give them that option, so.
Okay. I have another idea. Lorenzo's head's gonna explode.
Oh.
We,
Okay, I'm gonna hold his ears together.
I'm sorry, I'm just coming with ideas and it may work and it may not work. You guys get to pick. We could do, $1,000 or a $1,500 Visa gift card. And then we just have to pay the tax on the gift, not the, I believe, oh.
I don't know about that.
Okay, never mind.
I'm saying I don't know.
I wanna say there's a.
When we talked about doing,
Have $500, okay, never mind. Forget it, forget I said it. I'm just trying to think of something.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think of something.
I have an idea. I know it's still a dollar number, but it's not, you're not seeing it. We've discussed holidays, what more cities are getting. What happens, instead of the $1,000 you're giving people, you give us 2 more holidays. You give us a personal day and you give us Juneteenth, or whatever the other
Or
one was.
Martin Luther King.
Yeah, or Martin Luther King.
We don't take that one either.
Can do that, but remember then, that goes on forever.
Yeah.
You can never,
Well-
ever take a holiday.
No, yes, you can. With a city council approves holidays every year. They have a
I know.
calendar.
it's hard to take it back.
Again, I'm looking at it from a layman's term, but holiday is technically dollar for dollar. They're not
It's-
really spending any extra money. I mean, they're gonna either get paid for working or they're gonna get paid for that holiday. There's
Well,
no
and
extra
then it's
spend.
not equal, because one person's at this rate and other people are at this
Well,
rate.
yeah.
We don't care. We're
I
still all
mean,
getting the
people wanna
holiday.
be able to go to the store and buy a widget, something special,
Exactly.
you know?
My groceries cost the same as everybody else's.
Based on where we're at, I just don't, if we're even gonna choose Austin, it's gonna have to be on merit one time. I mean, just looking at the funds, that's already bringing us back up to $1 million, when we
And-
have 2.53 million in our reserves to fix, the hole
Yeah.
that we already have. There's just no way you can.
Back it down to 500 and 1,000. So give us,
800 is the
Yeah.
medium.
And I'm with Andrea, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, COLA's off the table. I don't wanna restrict next year's budget
we're,
based on this decision when we know we don't have the money.
we're not in a
I'm willing to
position.
negotiate a one-time, but I won't support COLA.
But if you put a COLA in here, then you take all those overtime numbers and you jack them up.
Can't do it.
Okay.
I mean, you guys
So-
work hard, we appreciate it, but just.
At 150 employees at $800 being the median, is 120,000. With them paying their own taxes is 150, went from 120,000 to 150,000. If we pay the TMRS and taxes, it's 181,000, which is cheaper than the 271 that was previously.
I mean, we lose $100,000 by going to 5 and 1,000, and I think that's still a good gift.
That's an 800, but not 500.
It's not bad.
That's the median, medium.
800 is the number you
Median.
gave us. Yeah, because I did it on 1,200 instead of.
Oh.
This may be a ridiculous calculation, but, let's take, I don't know, an average hardworking guy out there, right? If we were to give him, or her, sorry, say a 3% COLA, what's that dollar amount for a year? I mean, I get it rolls and everything else, versus a one-time payout, like, is that close? So we take the $500, we would just be
So
adding it to.
take our whole salary number there without taxes and times 3%.
Give me a number. Gotta go find it.
Just do the general fund.
I mean,
Yeah.
that can help justify it, say, look, you're really kind of getting the same amount, it's just not guaranteed over the future.
Do times,
500 might sound like nothing to somebody, but
Yeah.
you're like, whatever, 12 months, you
better.
want it today.
how many employees in the general fund?
Oh, no clue. We haven't done any fees on that.
But that's
Well,
full-time and
As
part-time.
much as I love
Let's
department
do one
directors, I
thing.
don't really,
One
I'm not
time.
worried about them.
First
I
off, we only do it
have to have.
Times 3%.
In front of me to calculate that right now.
3% would be 3 steps.
Divided by,
Yeah.
say,
But again,
120.
3% of that's only 138,000.
No, it does significantly go up to be at what it is.
What you got, Lorenzo?
I'm still bringing up my calculator.
Okay.
What you got, Kim? Are you
Hold on.
But if
talking
he
to
took-
me?
Me and my computer are arguing.
And even our calculator is here.
So just throw something out there. What's, a yearly salary, Casey, what's your yearly salary for one of our parks guys?
If you go with just someone at the bottom, cause that's the only
Yeah.
number I can come up with right now.
Yeah. Entry level.
$87 an hour, times 2080. Ooh, that did not get that right, but looking about 35,000 a year, times 3%. That's $1,052.
It's pretty close.
I did $20 an hour times 3%, 60 cents times 28.
What's
Gets
the
you
average
about
person?
1,200.
It gives him $1,200?
So if you do bottom of the thing, you're looking at just over 1,000, up a little bit, gives you 1,200, so.
Pretty substantial little bonus for entry level. I mean, the upper level, it's not gonna make as much of a difference, but.
And like I said,
Good for them.
we're gonna see it now
Well,
versus.
and if we opt to pay the taxes, you're coming out ahead, because you're gonna pay all the taxes on that 1,200. That's my suggestion. If you have there is an option to do nothing. There's an option for me to give a nice Christmas card with a thank you note in it.
Well, why don't you do your merit, build it in, and then when we get to, well, now we're up against, this is a Tuesday decision, right?
Yeah. So I would, it's a Tuesday decision.
What was the last number that was thrown out?
So if we bump it down to 500 and 1,000, there's two options. You get nothing in between. If you're not a performer, you do not get anything. And I'm very sorry, but I am perfectly content to say that. You get a performance improvement plan and a let's work this out together. Now, what was our number with 500 and 1,000?
So the median being 800, it was a total of 120,000. Then you go in, adding TMRS and FICA once is 150,000. If we double it in attempt to pay them for them, it's 181,000.
Okay. $200,000.
That's a good question.
Is there a probation period? Do they have to be here all year?
I think if you hadn't been here 6 months, you sure shouldn't qualify, but.
They have
But then on the
yeah.
other hand, your groceries still going up. But if we hired you at 6 months, we probably hired you at a fair market rate.
Well, and if we hired you 6 months, we may not know where to really put you on that merit thing yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna say anybody less than 6 months doesn't qualify.
Does that affect the number?
I don't know.
Well,
We're
right
just
now, we
doing
don't have them.
we're just doing a big average.
But,
This number's gonna come out different because there might be, everybody's gonna do amazingly accurate evaluations.
which we're gonna have to look at the calendar date on that.
And the number will come out different because, we're just doing the middle.
So, I'm gonna probably give the most unpopular suggestion, but I know you guys said you have went and tried to cut the budget as much as possible, but I mean, is there any area for us to do some minimal cuts from each department and offset this cost?
Well, absolutely, I think that's fair. I can go to each department and say, you've got this many employees, you need to find this much money in your budget, and I guarantee you they'll do it.
Cause I sat down last night and did just some, and it's minimal, taking 15 here, 1,000 there. And this is based on the utilization from last year, where we were at 50% through the year, and just based on mine, I got 312.
Yeah. I think.
And that's not without, knowing what the departments, but just cutting here and there. And that would offset this.
I think I can make it, I'll make it neutral. I'll make it neutral.
I was gonna also ask, you have contingency a lot, what exactly is that utilized for again?
We have contingency a lot.
No, just a couple, I just noticed, I think twice, but I was just
So
curious.
there's a $25,000 city manager's contingency, and that is literally the crap that comes up. And the example I gave the other day is Mike needed a grant match of $4,500. We didn't have anywhere to take it. Had I had a contingency, that's where it would have come from, but instead I think it came out of printing. But there's just through the year a number of things that don't fit in a slot, weren't budgeted for, I think they used to have the city manager's contingency at 100,000, and so I wanna start there, I wanna have something because
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
stuff.
I just couldn't remember what we had discussed.
And where's the other one?
I don't remember. I just know that I remember seeing that one. I thought there was one other, but I'd have to do like a complete dive I thought.
Council has a contingency, no?
They have
I think it's discretionary.
Discretionary.
I mean, the other things are like, you know, travel, I understand some positions have required training, CE, things like that. There's so much virtual, I'm not picking on TML, I love going, I brought home so much last time, but going up there and having 10 department heads at one conference kind of blew my mind. Maybe that's normal, but I didn't see that really happening with the other communities around us. So, you know, maybe that's one area where everybody can just say, you know what, this year, we're just gonna have to back our travel up as best we can. There are some things you just gotta go to, I totally get it. But, that's probably where I found the most interesting, like,
That's
departments I thought, wow, they really gotta go somewhere, their number looked real low, and then I saw departments that I really had a hard time kind of justifying, but I don't know their business that well, so I didn't scrutinize it.
So one of the things, though, that I've tasked everybody with is kind of having a growth plan. And you have to bring more to the table next year than you brought this year. And so they brought me what they were going to go to for the year, and we did increase travel and training because I expect an increase in value added. Now, we can cut it, we can. I do like for everybody to go to TML. There's a lot of, there's something for everyone there if you go and you learn. But
What about
other stuff,
you send one person, they come back and teach the rest?
so there's a track, like at TML, there's a track for every
that,
department.
Maybe for like the different departments.
Exactly. I don't think we have a lot of things that a lot of people are going to the same stuff. There's some of the certification things that 2 people are going, and I think Lee had one that she's sending 2 people to, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. A lot of Lee's is online. Who else had a lot of online?
Some of finance is on.
A lot of the
I'm
finance.
good if you said you've looked at it closely and you've.
I think it's a fair area to cut. Yes, ma'am.
We're looking
And-
to, she said remote learning.
Yeah,
Would
yeah.
save us a lot with also giving them the opportunity for that continued education stuff.
Vanessa, we left my travel and training at what it was because with me retiring and trying to bring on a new person.
Right.
But if there's not gonna be an assistant, and if Casey's moving out, we need to find a couple $1,000s on mine.
Yeah. That's the
that's-
contingency. That's no big deal.
Nuggets.
But when I go to the department head and say, you've gotta find this much money, I bet their travel changes a little bit.
Also, I know overtime,
Mm-hmm.
that's also an area, and I hate saying that because I know everybody has vacancies, but it doesn't matter, you know, you still have to practice this with under strict budget, and overtime is the first area you look at to cut a lot of times. It's a controlled area, and it has, you know, you want to really fill the vacancies. That's your first area where you cut your overtime. You know, we have to do better. But I think if we can go in and we can really cut this budget down to a lot, I believe every employee deserves some kind of incentive, and we have to do better by your employees to keep your employees and retain them. It's very important. And I understand we can only do so much, but that's one area where we can do both. We can cut and provide an incentive that I feel like they deserve. We're asking them to work harder with less. We should try to offset that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it will be revenue neutral. If that's what you opt to do, if we do 500 and 1,000, it will be revenue neutral.
And I had one that I just don't know how tight you actually made that. The contracted services, I noticed like a lot of them were so high from last year. I don't know if that's something how tight they were actually on those, but.
So the only ones that would kind of be loosey-goosey are the utilities, because most everybody has their contracts set. But these guys have contracted services when they need to call somebody. You know, they're not gonna know. It's high, but it's also, Well, I don't wanna say necessary, I'm saying it's a reactive mode for some of these guys. You know, Ryan doesn't know how much contracted services he needs until the water line breaks, and then he's gonna know exactly what he needs. So, you're right, 100%, we're gonna go through this every single month and try to save money. Don't think that, we're not gonna be responsible with our budgets. Because, first of all, they get a report every month and they have to go through it. And they have me calling and saying, why are you over? And then you're gonna get a report every month of the whole budget, so.
Also, something else that I was thinking about is, I know we talked about a street sweeper yesterday, how much they cost and that it's contracted out. Or, well, that was the plan, we used to do that, I believe, we don't really have anything in this area. Is that an area we can cut, because, what kind of capabilities do we have to suffice that budgeted amount with the equipment we have? Is it something we're able, I know it needs to be done, and we need to focus on that, but with that allotted amount, do we have the equipment even necessary, or is this gonna be the contracted amount?
That's the contracted amount.
With the equipment, we don't have
A
the
s-
equipment.
Yeah.
Right. A street
the
sweeper is $1
intention-
million, 700,000?
350.
Oh, 350.
So the intention is to use that budget for contract.
I mean,
Yes.
tell me what y'all think on what the street sweeping
Me,
looks like.
me looking at it last night, yesterday, or Tuesday, whatever day it was, I would look at like a 7-year lease purchase, process on $350,000 piece of equipment, assuming that is a reasonable lifespan for a street sweeper. That's not my wheelhouse.
Some lease terms that you can start about $50,000 a year to lease.
You have a warranty?
Talk about the maintenance on the brooms and all the things associated with the street sweeper. It's been, the one we had, and I know it was, it wasn't new, I can tell you that. When I got here in 2012, it was probably 4 or 5 years old. But that thing spent more time in the shop than it did on the street, and every time it went out, you had to replace the brooms, the belts, the vacuum. So it was a maintenance nightmare.
I would like, so to answer, Brian, your question, I would like to get that one out of contractual services, since we're having an issue finding a contractor and then look at doing all these purchases on a piece of equipment. Do you have the personnel that can operate it and time to do it?
I mean, we did before. So, yeah, I mean, it's something we work into the process. There's a lot of savings there. If you say don't sweep, we don't sweep. We haven't swept all year.
I know.
So if you look at it, I mean, that's kind of what it does.
We haven't swept all year, and how many complaints have we gotten?
Spanish woods, that's it.
It's like the one thing we
Brad
get
will
out of the
take the
city.
broom.
No sewer, we want our streets clean.
I mean, that's the truth, but we work, I work with them on stuff now, but
I know it's a priority need.
mean, you could-
But is it?
Yeah.
Spanish flu.
I'm joking. So how much do we have in there for?
the one thing we get.
50,000.
We have 50,000 in there?
Well, that's what you said,
Sorry.
right, 50? Or is
How
it-
much do
I
we
think it's
have?
55 or 50.
For sweeping, yeah, it's 55.
So if you wanna buy a sweeper, it's the same amount.
Yeah, annually. I mean, if you lease the building.
Unless you get it
And
at
that was
50
set-
and we
so
can
that was
take the
set up
5,000.
To do, I think, it started at 60, I believe, and that was just to do 3 rotations. We never went through 3 rotations ever. And so you're looking at 25,000 for 1 rotation. That's 6 weeks of nonstop and every day sweeping to do. the
So is
whole
there
house.
any, and what is our responsibility? Because not all roads are owned by the city, a lot of them are by county, so this is
So
just
only curb
city.
and gutter.
Only
So
curb and
your only curb and
Okay.
gutter that is, Keel Lake Road Country Club, Spanish Woods.
Downtown.
And then our holiday route up and down, we do textile, we do downtown, we call it the holiday route. So that's about it.
Okay. 6 weeks, so it's used 6 weeks out of the year.
The-
12.
Yeah,
It takes 6 weeks to do a single rotation.
that's what it was taking. When
I'm
we
sorry.
used to do it in-house, we could do a rotation in about 3.5 weeks. But we
How
did
often
route.
do you have to do it?
We were doing it, I mean, we had it going nonstop.
Probably.
Staff was a little bit beefier back then and not as many subdivisions.
But you don't have a
Most of the
person to
same.
put on it nonstop.
Yeah, I mean, I sat on that thing for like 2 years, I mean, nonstop, just went in a circle. That's why I was.
Yeah,
that's
check
why
it
I
out
was
for
sitting
all.
down
Brad
here.
said he'll sit on it.
I mean, you could eat off the curb. I mean, it's what it is, what level do we want?
So since it's the same price, and I don't believe we have the personnel to do it this year, can we leave it contracted and make an asterisk to revisit a purchase next year? Because I think when we purchase, we need to bring a person with it.
It could be, yes, I say yes, but also note that sand and the debris and everything built up in the curb and gutters, we already get our nasty grams from.
So,
That was the whole purpose, that's the whole purpose of
Yeah.
sweeping is to protect our storm system.
So
Right,
you go
and
down
so
our
we
neighborhood, I'm just
we still
like, there's
contract it out.
grass growing where there's not supposed to be because there's buildup and that
Right.
grass is breaking down part of that road service.
Our
So
infrastructure.
you're Showing, it does some value other than look pretty.
No, I'm saying still contracted out.
Well, that's our problem. That's the reason why I was
Right, I know.
broached the subject, because we can't find a
I
contractor
think
to
it's
come do it.
also important to, evaluate and analyze what areas need it and how often, obviously like downtown, you're gonna do it after events and things like that. But it's not gonna need, it's only gonna need maintenance,
So the downtown stuff would be on the
Identified
holiday
times.
route, so
yeah.
4th of July, you know, those things where it's gonna be visible.
And then like, I'm assuming, and I may be wrong, so please correct me, but during your winter months here, you have less mowing, you have less debris, so you're
Right.
not gonna, it's not going to be.
So you're gonna
as-
have a piece of equipment that's
Exactly.
sitting.
The biggest one is in fall when all the leaves drop.
So you also won't be utilizing that additional worker during those periods of time that are identified as less of a need. So a lot of things to think about.
I would say yes to what you're saying. I think this year just need to stick where it's at, and next year revisit the whole concept and have all this information.
So it's like
Lorenzo,
50 grand.
would you put a star by that? We haven't changed the number.
Yeah, I mean,
It's 50 grand whether we lease purchase it for 50 grand a year or let it out for 50 grand a
Just-
year.
great conversation, it's just not solving the
You know,
problem.
realize when, like in Country Club, when you drive down the streets and you get the curb and gutter streets and there's lots of sand, avoiding over grass growing, and
Right.
every time there's a rain event, that stacks up because it doesn't travel through that.
We hear about it regularly.
Correct.
And,
Yeah, I
and then
think
your,
we just
then your
need to
road
address
gets,
Right.
your road gets water across it.
We got it. We know why we need to do it.
Yeah, I know.
Just how we get there is obviously in debate.
You know, I think we would have been good, you know, if we had somebody reliable, we would be doing this, and they would get better and faster every time. And my goal was to get 3 rotations during the year to hit those big, to keep the sediment out of the drink. So, yeah, it didn't work out as we figured, but we didn't really get someone good. We got who was available to get on the ground.
Sometimes we gotta do what we gotta do.
Definitely do more to bring them back that often.
But
Okay,
that's the other thing, Vanessa, I would probably do, you know, again, understanding the directors are gonna work with us to commit that we wanna do the merit, we wanna take care of our employees. They're gonna have to commit cutting that overtime. We want to provide the same level of services. However, if you've got vacancies, you've got holes, you either get out there on the mower yourself or you cut that service and just cut that overtime.
Well,
That
that's-
gets back to the, some people are
that's the discussion we had with Lee. Of course, she works console, she's working it today, but do you cut the position because you're doing without it? Or do you add a position and cut the overtime? You know, there's several options in there, so.
Where you put a part-timer where, you know, you've got a supervisor sitting at a reception desk.
Right.
Through the door, you know, and I know it's a very important position, having had to sit there, I know it's not easy. But there may be some of those opportunities where you're not jeopardizing public safety,
Right,
but we're just doing what we're gonna do. But for the non-public safety positions, it may be just, hey, we're just not gonna be
You don't
able to
get
do
overtime.
certain things.
and I'm telling you, when we get our exempt and non-exempt done, a lot of people are not gonna be getting overtime, and they're still gonna need to do the same job. So, It's just, it's time.
That's the point.
Okay.
So are we going to try and find 225?
We're gonna
at the
try and
low
find
base or
whatever,
271?
are we gonna pay the taxes? That's the question.
I would pay the taxes, and I think if you can find the higher amount, great. If you can't, that's with that, but if you could try to find that.
And that was at the 1,000 or 1,200 average,
No,
correct? That was at the 8.
8. So 500 for average, 1,000 for above.
No, the 271 is for the 1,000.
Oh.
1,200.
I thought so.
And
The
then
271 is for the 1,000 and 1,500?
Yes. And
Oh,
then
okay.
the 800 was.
I would like to try to aim for the 1,200.
Okay. What's the total amount?
Was it 1,200?
I think-
With us paying all the taxes, it was 271,000.
Okay.
I'm okay with the bigger amount, pay the taxes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah.
Done. Okay, let's talk about tax rate. Thank y'all very much for the great conversation. There's,
I thought that's what
We
you
did
would
talk about
recommend.
tax rate.
so, yeah, okay. Is everybody okay if I propose the unused increment, the voter approved unused increment tax rate?
And she just threw you to the wall.
Well, all I'm gonna say is I have given you every opportunity to participate in this budget at this point. And you say that? Ma'am, please give me some direction.
I'm fine with proposing that. Is that better?
Yes. So all of our options here are a decrease. I don't think there's any opportunity to increase the tax rate. Or can,
I mean, with the no new revenue, we can't leave our M&O.
huh?
We can't lose money in our M&O.
We cannot. That is, to me, that is not an option.
Kind of where we're looking at it.
The only other way to increase the rate would be to go to the voters. Put it to a vote to increase the tax rate, correct?
I
That would
think
be the
that's
only,
right, yeah.
that would be the only way to increase it above
Anything on this.
anything you show us here.
Because this is the voter approved rate.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we take that voter approved rate and get the 3.5 though? Can we get, where do we get our 3.5%? We can take the voter approved rate and go up to 3.5% more. It's included? There you go.
That's why,
I don't think there's any opportunity to raise the tax rate in here.
and if, we risk it being defeated and then you're stuck with the no new revenue rate.
Oh, yeah, we're not even discussing.
No, if you
If we go
propose
to the
something greater
voters.
than what we have here,
Yeah.
and it goes to the voters and it's voted down, you are stuck with the no new revenue rate.
Yep. Well, if you're gonna go to the voters, you take a bond, because it's more defined as to what you're gonna spend it on. This is
100%
more loosey-goosey. Or squishy, whatever.
All of these reduce the tax rate. Unfortunately, appraisals are what they are, we don't control that. Most folks are seeing an increase in their appraisal, it's still gonna hurt, but this at least is doing our part.
We're on the downward trend.
Yeah.
We're reducing the rate, but also, if I read it correctly, each resident will realize a savings no matter what we do based upon the average appraised value in 2023.
Yes,
Their tax bill will be less.
that is correct.
Yeah, from us. Well, I don't know.
Unless their individual property appraisal has increased.
Right,
If they're above the average, then,
no. Well,
if they're
above the 300.
300,000, then
their rate will decrease, the amount they pay will increase
based upon their.
because of their appraisal.
Those with curbs.
That's not our fault.
We have nothing to do with that, no.
Those with curb and gutter.
Those curbs and
No
gutters.
sewer. 30 years.
I don't, I would love to reduce the rate even more, not more than the non revenue rate, obviously, but I don't see how we can fund without a decreased level of service, without that unused increment rate.
With the buy down.
Yes, ma'am, correct. With the buy down. The buy down helps,
And it lowers the rate.
and it lowers the rate. And this is my Rockport Fulton Aggie math.
It gets us the most revenue.
But what do we do moving forward? You know, we've added $1 million, or we're $1 million in the hole moving forward. Obviously, that has to come out of reserves plus, or I'm sorry, 830, because you're gonna make it neutral for the rate.
Yes, sir.
So 830 in the hole before we even look at the supplemental request
In general fund.
in general fund.
So
Can we
this,
can I get, sorry, what is our reserve balance at? What is it supposed to be at October 1?
say that again?
The reserve fund balance?
I can't tell you October 1 because I don't have values. Today, it is, remember, it's fluctuating a little bit. It is low 3s, high 2s. So take a range like 2.7 to 3.1. That is not enough. That is scary low.
But we're gonna need $1 million, take $1 million out of it
Yes, sir.
already.
Mm-hmm. That's the fact.
Do we? How do we replenish that?
So the biggest thing we have to do is get our sales tax up. I've been saying this since I've been here. The city cannot exist alone on ad valorem taxes.
Correct.
Period. No city can. I don't know any city that could exist on that. We have to do
Jeff,
sales tax. You know, houses are nice. If we are gonna put Skittles on anything, I'll put it on houses for 10 years to get our sales tax proportion correct. We cannot go on like this, and every neighborhood we add adds a deficit, because it's gonna be more streets for Ryan to sweep. That's number's gonna go up. It's gonna be more storm gutters for Mike to clean. The numbers are gonna start going up. When you bring on a new neighborhood, it does not contribute as much as it costs. So, we have to get our sales tax up. That's option number 1. Option number 2, you can raise the tax rate. I think you have 3% on here. I could be wrong, but I think you could take the voter approved rate plus 3%. No, absolutely not. I think you can. We need to take, it's a dirty word, we need to take on debt to subsidize the big projects. Because this isn't gonna pay for it.
so by taking on debt, doing revenue bonds, is that what you're talking about? You're talking about regular GO bonds?
I think most of the big stuff that you can do with revenue bonds. I think you might need a GO at some point for some big stuff.
But even moving forward with the revenue bonds,
Is,
right now, that doesn't add to our,
it's a rolling debt, it's not a general fund solution, so,
but does it alleviate anything from the general fund?
right. So if you can take some street stuff out of there, street stuff is included in the general fund, you can do that. You know, short of a big influx of cash, we have to catch up.
Should we play the Powerball? Can the city play Powerball?
That'll
I don't think
go
we
up.
can draw down like $5 million from the federal government.
Well, we've already passed on that.
On a CDL loan?
That we have to pay back in 3 years with.
Bad joke.
3%, very, very good joke. You know, we are digging out of a hole we didn't know we were in until last week, or last month, or whatever. So, we're in the hole. We just gotta start digging. I don't know any other way to say it. I mean, stop digging, because you're cold.
But the, I have a nervous tick, or whatever you want to call it, about keep drawing down the fund balance.
No.
We are in hurricane season. We know what that did to us last time. Anyway, it's just, the unknowns that are out there. We are a taxing community, so you blah, 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 we can always raise tax, but it's, I don't wanna live out of the savings account.
So let me alleviate your fear of hurricane season. We have $51 million in the bank. Now, it's all allocated to these very special, I have to spend it this way funds. If there's a major catastrophe, that goes out the window. The rules go away, so.
There's a lot of things being blamed on Harvey from various taxing entities that were based on not the best management of the disaster.
That was the problem.
And I'm not, it's across the board, right?
Everybody
Everybody
gets to
made
take
a
it.
mistake, right? Cause it's 50 years without experience, so you don't need $10 million in the bank to bankroll your hurricane.
When
Who
the
says that?
hurricane
You don't
hits,
need it.
money and supplies start rolling in.
Yeah.
And you can manage that money well, or you can pay for it later.
What
But-
we do need is Mike to put fuel in the fuel
Exactly.
before the storm gets here. We need some of those things, but that's not mega.
And so
billions
we have, every department is working on a hurricane playbook. They know how much money they're gonna need. The chief has cash if we're in a bind. And again, we have that $51 million in the bank.
Can someone remind me what our ordinance, or what our,
Emergency ordinances.
no, what our, for the, reserve fund balance, what we're,
It's 90
by
days
council adoption, or whatever.
or 120.
So it's not formally adopted.
That's right, it's not.
Okay, it's
But
just
it's
a.
180 days.
The
180 days.
practice has been on 6 months.
And what is 180 days? What is that?
Depends on what the budget is.
Oh, yeah, duh.
He gave me an update the other day. We were at
So right now it'd be 180 days, it'd be like 7 million.
7 million.
Yeah, I mean, if we're.
And let's say we have
estimating our
3.
expenditures,
We have 3. Well,
Half that.
yeah,
90.
90 days, yeah.
We have now.
So if we do talk about that though, if we have 90 days in the bank, there's a lot of cities that have a 90-day policy. There's a lot of cities that only have a 30-day policy or a 60-day policy.
I think your bonds prefer you to have 90 days.
Right. I worked at one city that had a year and a half, 18 months. So everything you budgeted times 1.5, because they had an 18-month, but their property tax was 0. It's a
They have
different,
no sales tax.
but it was all from sales tax.
And if I remember right, when Bob Henderson said that kind of affects our bond rating too.
It does. But 90 days is not gonna kill our bond rating either. 90 days is okay. It's not amazing, especially if you live in a hurricane area, but it's sufficient.
I don't want to affect our bond rating. I don't believe that would be a prudent idea, especially if we're going to look at
No,
some things. We'll win the lotto.
so we need to, this isn't a 1-year fix. This is gonna be,
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna have to chip away every year, and we're gonna have to look for opportunities, 1, to grant fund things, and 2, to put money back into the general fund. So that's asking Jeff to hustle us up some sales taxes. It's not gonna happen this year. Even if he finds something amazing, it's gonna take a year for it to get on the ground. We're gonna have to put in the bucket 1 drop at a time. And, you know, my biggest hope is that we sit here this year and say, hey, we budgeted 14 million in the general fund. We only spent 13 and a half. Because everybody's gonna have to be conservative and tighten the belt and try to put some money back in it. We can cut people. We can do a hiring freeze. I think we only have 1 or 2 openings. But the first person you cut at the way we're operating, you need to tell me what services you wanna cut.
I think we're already running lean. So
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
So I don't think a personnel reduction is going to.
That's your biggest risk when we talk hurricanes and this 180 days. It's the short-term hit right after the storm and the ability to continue to pay for all employees.
Yeah, make payroll.
It's a payroll issue is really what it is.
And I agree. And that's what I'm saying, when the hurricane hits, the rules go out, we take the money where we need it. But, you know, and that's the other option, you guys can cut services.
Well,
What do you wanna cut?
you know, when we go to the developer contribution, I mean, one good development.
We replenish
Business in a pretty decent way.
one good development, and we are back at our 180 days.
Yeah, they write out $1 million check to move forward. And
Yeah, it's a lot more than that.
I know, that's half,
Yeah,
that's half upfront.
10,000 a unit.
Those big numbers when I calculated it.
They are big numbers, and so, you know, that is what we need, because that would be considered an influx of cash. But then making sure that we're good stewards of it going forward. That's it. I can't stress enough that
So-
our property tax, sales tax ratio is not sustainable,
Well, we're flipped, we're 70-30 the wrong way.
not sustainable. You can't go on like that.
Residential.
90-10. Well, way up.
Any other city I've worked in, the property tax only paid for basically police and fire. Everything else was paid for by sales tax, except for one city that the whole city ran on sales tax.
Mayor, if it's okay, I'd just like to say that, yes, I would, let's move forward with the 2023 voter approved and unused increment and present that to us. And then we can have our public hearing and discussion on Tuesday. See if any magic numbers show up between now and then, but
We'll be working the numbers as much as we can. I mean, it's 2 days at this point. But every time we get new information, we'll bring it back to you.
it still reduces the rate, on average, reduces the tax bill to the resident. Not by much.
So, on the budget request, is
Yeah,
there
that's-
anything that we can, reprioritize since we are potentially getting, development contributions?
So those, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish your question.
So we can just reprioritize, and to, you know, and before we had top category prioritization and then just everything sat below as a wish list, correct? You know, you just put it into 3 now. You
Okay.
have your top, you have the ones that are gonna roll into priority, ones that
Oh,
others
sure,
are taken
yeah.
care of. But I mean, we had mentioned assistant city secretary position. Are you guys going to, you know what I mean? Like,
We're not getting any of those.
yeah,
Right now, we're not getting any of those items,
but this is the 1 point,
not included in this.
okay, but in the 800, you're saying, not
Nope.
included in that. So this is what you would be pulling out of your reserve, correct?
Nope.
No, okay, that's what I was wanting to make sure.
We, at this moment, nothing on that list is funded.
Okay.
Stephanie,
I still feel like it needs to be reprioritized.
What needs to be reprioritized? Those are prioritized in the order that we think we need them.
But we're not capable.
We're not paying, we're not getting any of them.
Unless there was to be.
If there was
some
an
magic
influx, that's
fairy-
the first place I would go. Well, this is the first place I'd go, that's the second place I would go.
So I know that you had said like, the force name, if you get that 1.5 back, would you guys bring that to us to reconsider allocating the difference?
Yes, if I
For
get the
completion.
additional 500,000. Yep, that would be a very high priority,
Yeah,
if we get that extra 500,000. That's probably your top priority.
Right, if we got that,
So-
that would be, I think that would be the catalyst for some of those development.
Right. So yes, if we got that money, that would be a very high priority.
Or gravity from the park building to the wastewater now, is that correct? Is it gravity or is it, no, there's a lift station. There is a lift station.
Yeah, it's in the yard.
Is it adding an additional lift station as well?
It's parallel to it.
Okay.
It'll add the capacity for what we're bringing in.
Yeah.
So it's not to move, it's just to move what we already have coming and then grow that out. The final vision would be a 24, 12, and 12, all the way to 188.
Yeah.
So,
To match growth. And that's what you're gonna see moving forward is adding what's there and plus
Right.
different directions. Which would be in the sewer master plan, correct?
absolutely. So, in that, we are not funding any of those items on the list.
Can we discuss funding any of these?
Well, what I was gonna say is, the number one item, if we get that easement from the navigation district, I think there is sufficient reserves in the wastewater fund to pay for that.
Wastewater paper drain?
I lied. No.
So, were you- if you do the
Kinda, sorta.
reserve bond,
Say that again.
if you do the, revenue bond that you were discussing, would that help to?
No, drainage doesn't qualify for revenue. So we would have to pull that out of reserves. If we get that easement, we gotta pull the money out of reserves and do that. Unless Brad's gonna pass the plate at church.
Now, the revenue bond could help to offset the 500,000 for the force main?
Yep.
Do we still need to adopt the CIP list?
Not if we go for a revenue bond.
I mean, just,
You're gonna get a new CIP list out of the, yep,
for the difference.
that's,
Right?
I hear you.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I think at some point we need to recognize that these are the CIP projects that are on the table at this point.
Yeah.
Even if they don't get funded, the funding comes up, then there's an ability to pick one. It might be our top priority, but if something else is, you know, collectively, we can find a way to spend it. But it has to be adopted. Is that wrong, Vanessa?
So the CIP plan that corresponds with the impact fees has to be adopted. The list of projects that you want to do that fall into capital will just go to council. So if you get money, you'll take it to council, because we can't spend that much.
That's what I was saying. Do we need to adopt these?
No.
That's, we can just play.
We'll talk about them one at a time.
Engineering question, the force main, first to gag on, do we have the capacity right now for the developments that are in the queue right now, to tie into that, right?
Say that one more time.
This additional 12 inch, does the single?
The LUEs are spent and reserved on the 12 inch going south.
Okay.
This is
south.
to support the additional. So we were building from the headworks to Gagon, and then the next phase is Gagon to First Street. Then the next phase is First Street.
So how far? and how
First Street
far?
south, because there's still more property out there.
Yeah.
And they're knocking at the door with no capacity.
So when we got close to that capacity of the force main, we put in place a development agreement, so we knew where we were and we wouldn't overbook fees or oversell capacity.
Okay. So we're good. We're well.
Projects that are in queue, yes, there's capacity in that force main to go to first and then K.
So there's other options too, is if they come in and wanna do this with the fee process, then they're paying that fee process of the house and extensions. You gotta remember that force
Yeah.
main's there because Islands of Rockport paid for it. And there was some sort of pro rata on it, is that correct, Jim?
Yeah, so the city,
So
city,
they're tying in or paying them back.
city paid for it, Isles of Rockport paid for a section, a chunk of it, right? And then everyone who came after had to pay for it.
I remember those.
So it can still be done without us paying for it at all.
But we'd be waiting on.
They would have to pay for it.
Yeah, we'd be waiting on that check. I think.
Well, if we collected $1.5 million to build that line, we have to put $1.5 million into that line, no matter what else the developer contributes.
So Vanessa, timeline, Tuesday, what do we have to do on Tuesday?
On Tuesday, I'm going to present you a budget, and you are going to, you don't have to adopt it,
Accept.
that you accept it.
The proposed budget.
There will be a big letter with a caveat about how this is nonsense because we don't have our valuations. So I'm gonna present you that, and then you have to acknowledge your tax rate that you intend to work in. But it's a not to exceed rate. So I would encourage you to put the highest rate on here, which would be 3.67.
What, can I clarify?
Please do.
What's actually happening is that you take a record vote
Yeah.
to schedule the public hearing
Right.
to not to the public hearing on the, putting a budget out there not to exceed. That's how that's.
Okay.
working.
So
Yeah. It's a.
the path I'm going down this, it was we're gonna announce our intended tax rate, whatever words those are. We're gonna accept your proposed budget. What is our wiggle room for these kind of conversations moving forward?
So if you accept my budget, but it's a preliminary budget, and you announce your not to exceed tax rate, if you change, it's okay. You have another not to exceed meeting if you go over what you had proposed, and the budget will change. It is just a preliminary budget. So there can be changes made between that and adoption. There has to be.
Vanessa, I wanna clarify one
Yeah,
of the things
okay.
you just said. She mentioned, making the recommendation at the 3.3675, which is a higher rate, it's the highest on the sheet. And she suggested doing that rate, so
No,
that you
it-
have wiggle room.
It was that one.
No, listen.
Doing it suggesting this rate, because on the 24th of August, when your other certified taxes come in, and the valuations, because they're arguing for a reason, and they're gonna come lower, you've got wiggle room.
Because
can't
this
ever
is
go
gonna
higher.
change.
You can't go up, but you can come down.
Right, this is gonna change, and these numbers, these rates that are calculated out to the 10,000, whatever, when you put more money in, things are gonna change. So if you adopt this highest one, you don't have to start over even to adopt the lowest one.
Even though you know you wanna end up here, this is the higher rate, am I saying this correct?
When we
Because
get,
your valuations are gonna come down, they're 10% still on the table.
these numbers will not be the same. This percentage rate that you are adopting. I can guarantee you, yes? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
He's not even
We
listening.
get certified, doesn't it change the rate?
And this is all tied into the state
Truth in taxation.
Truth and
laws
taxation,
that
Secretary of
if
State.
that's why you choose the higher rate when you publish it in your public hearing, because you can always go down, if you go higher, you have to reschedule another public hearing. There's time frames in between there, and you're not gonna meet them by the end of September to adopt your budget.
You know what you really should do? Is put the adopted rate this year. The current 0.378149.
But I don't know that you can, because then does that not trigger?
That's not an option for us.
I don't think so. Because you have to show how you calculated that.
But this literally is a swag. So how can they hold us
Am I
to
right,
that?
Kimberly, when they post that, it shows how it's calculated?
It shows how it's calculated, but to my knowledge,
Okay.
and I think it triggers us requiring to do additional public hearings and thereby,
Yeah.
start the voting, the electoral.
Ignore what I said, literally. Ignore what I said, it's not. I would suggest that you adopt this highest one as your not to exceed. Even if you know you're gonna go down here, we have to have wiggle room this year. Not having our certified appraisals by the 24th is absurd, but it's also not within our control.
And what it is you're just publishing that you're not going to exceed that amount. It does not say we've chose this amount. People, the public they don't understand that.
They don't read it all.
I think my
Well,
sometimes things make a lot more sense in my head, and I didn't quite finish my statement, but it was, you know, what are the decision points we have to make? You know, what are the changes that can be made? So I think I'm very clear on the tax rate piece.
Understand.
The budget, can we make additional changes?
Until the adoption
After
day.
Tuesday, right.
Absolutely.
Some of this stuff, we're getting way down in the weeds.
We're getting way in the
Just kinda need to
weeds.
let it chill, I think, right? I mean, I think staff has an idea of where we're coming from. Just let y'all do your thing, and then when we have to come back and make final decisions, we can make, you know, if you've got, not picking on you, but if you've got a couple of ideas of cost savings, get those to Vanessa, and she can still try to bake those in.
Right. Until adoption, it can change until adoption day.
And we can still, you know, call you or email you.
Absolutely.
That's it too.
Yeah.
We have.
There's no doubt there's gonna be citizens that have some inputs and some thoughts, and that's gonna be great, and that's the whole purpose. So.
Just get correct information out. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing.
I think for the public hearing, we've gotta put something.
We'll fix it.
Well, excuse me, for Tuesday's meeting, the presentation, we're gonna have your letter or whatever in Friday's agenda. But I don't think we have, because we've got a lot of changes we've gotta put in here. We're not gonna have those ready by Friday.
I know.
So
So
I
we're
want
gonna
the
put a
council to know we're not gonna have that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
Until Tuesday.
proposed budget, and it will change until the day you adopt it.
But we can have better numbers for you by Tuesday, but there's no way we can get all of these changes
Okay, it's all right.
on Friday.
What are you doing this weekend, Kim?
I have a shark tournament to go to. Sorry, I'm in PLC this weekend.
No, I think, I can't speak for everybody, I mean, I'm good with it, I think we've made it very clear what our direction is, and.
I don't think anything nothing that we have to do, gives me worry.
Yeah, I would just say, you know, on Kim's point, you know, if we obviously can't get it done tomorrow, I totally understand that, but when you do get it done, try to put it out on the, you know, internet as soon as
Oh,
possible.
heck yeah, we'll send it to y'all, we'll put it out.
And some of the things we have to get in there, the rate changes that we just discussed for water, sewer, and gas, we've gotta get those ordinances to Teresa by end of day today, and some other things.
You can work till noon tomorrow, I bet. I'll help her.
And
We
so,
got it done, we just gotta plug in the numbers.
right, we just gotta adjust the numbers, but how this goes, then Jamie's gotta have time to put all that into and run the different, and those calculations
Right,
now.
so your rate changes are gonna affect the revenues. It's all going to change. We have a lot of work to do still. We are to the point that we have to be today. We will keep you informed of changes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Time.
Who did what?
Danielle,
24.
Dave, Brad,
Still got a couple, get all your numbers.